सर हा बरं झालं तुम्ही आठवण केली. त्याची जरा गडबड झाली.
Good morning. Good morning, dear attendees. Please write your own name. If you are using a link which is sent by us yesterday, only one person's name is coming. That is Ferganzia Jublison. It is better you rename your own names and write your own names.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, madam.
Good morning, sir.
Sir, we'll wait for 5 minutes and then.
No problem. Please carry on. But I am available. I have joined. Only that much I want to say. Yes.
Very much, sir.
Yes.
A warm good morning to everyone. Participants, kindly fill the Preeters link posted in the chat box. Preeters link is posted in the chat box. Kindly fill.
Dubhashi sir, good morning.
Good morning, sir. Good morning.
Good morning, good morning. Chala, nice to see you.
Morning, sir.
अरे good morning, madam. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you.
अरे नहीं बहुत अच्छा लगता है.
Preeti, can we start?
Yes, ma'am, we can start. So there is a small announcement for the participants. Those who have joined with the link provided by us yesterday, kindly edit your names and change the name as yours and join the webinar. And the pre-test link is also posted in the chat box. Kindly fill it. A warm good morning to everyone. Myself, Mrs. Fragancia Jubilson, Assistant Professor, MGM New Bombay College of Nursing, feels great pleasure to be the host of first day of National E-Conference on blended learning, flexibility and centricity to the learners. We are grateful to MGM Institute of Health Sciences for giving us an opportunity for organizing this National E-Conference. Let's begin with the inaugural session. Giving all praises to Almighty and submitting to Him, let's begin this National E-Conference with an invocation song. Here comes the students of BSc Nursing 4th year with the song Tu Buddhi De, composed by Guru Thakur, which highlights the importance of the right path, good thoughts, and good company. Over to you, girls. Thank you, dear students, for letting the goodness spark to a spiritual chain reaction with your angelic voices. A small cheer and great welcome can make a merry feast. With this quote, I request Mrs. Preeti Matthew, Associate Professor, MGM New Bombay College of Nursing, to address the welcome speech.
A very good morning to the dignitaries, invitees, and delegates. The year 2020 brought various challenges worldwide due to the outbreak of the COVID pandemic. At the same time, numerous opportunities were identified to deal with various such circumstances. A transformation in teaching and learning methodology emerged through the various or continuous effort of the various stakeholders during this time. The National Educational Policy 2020 also recommended a transformation in teaching and learning process with the use of blended models of learning. Keeping this in mind, the theme of this e-conference was decided mainly to enlighten the delegates with various components of blended learning. On this occasion, I would like to welcome all our dignitaries, experts, invitees, and delegates on behalf of MGM New Bombay College of Nursing for this 2 days of e-conference on blended learning, flexibility, and centricity to the learners. First of all, I extend my gratitude to our parents, to our patrons, Shri Kamal Kishore Kadam Sir, Chairperson, MGM Trustee and Chancellor, MGM IHS, Dr. Shashank Dalvi Sir, Vice Chancellor, MGM IHS, Dr. N. Nitin Kadam Sir, Trustee, as well as Pro Vice Chancellor, MGM IHS, and Dr. Sudhiran Kadam Sir, Trustee and Medical Director, MGM Hospitals. On this onset, I wish to brief you all short about MGM Trust. Mahatma Gandhi Mission Trust, which is known as MGM, established in the year 1982 and has focused on healthcare services, school education, as well as higher studies. Mahatma Gandhi Institute of Health Sciences was deemed to be university status in the year 2006. The university is known today for its excellence in its learning, research, patient care, and community outreach services. The university accredited with NAC with grade A and ranked among out 200 universities in India in NRF in the year 2019. MGM Medical College Hospital also was awarded 3rd rank at the national level Swachh Campus ranking in the year 2018 and accredited with NABH in the year 2019. MGM New Bombay College of Nursing, a constituent unit of MGM Institute of Health Sciences, has its inception in 2008. During the last 14 years, the organization has grown profoundly from undergraduate to postgraduate and PhD program. The institute has emerged as one of the few institutes in India for offering the nurse practitioner in critical care postgraduate program in the year 2017. The educational preparation of the nurse practitioners greatly rests on the involvement of highly motivated and enthusiastic medical professions. The true example of such collaboration associated can be witnessed at MGM Educational Campus, where best available experts and resources are utilized in shaping and implementing this program, as well as uplifting the profession of nursing. On this onset, I take this opportunity to welcome our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Shashank Dalvi Sir, who is an eminent educationalist with vast administrative experience as a registrar in MEHS Nasik, the Dean Faculty of Medicine for 6 years in MEHS and as executive member in MCI for 2 years. He has a vast experience in working in statutory bodies. He's also successfully completed the term of Vice Chancellor at Pravara Institute of Health Sciences from 2012 to 2017. He has initiated international academic collaborations. He has many national and international publications to his credit. He is a winner of Srinidhi Danukar Best Teacher Award under MUHS Nasik, Rajiv Gandhi Education Excellence Award for outstanding achievements in chosen field of activities, New Delhi in the year 2012. Under his able leadership, the institution is growing and being recognized nationally. We are honored to have you, sir, on this occasion and welcome you for this gathering. It's my privilege to welcome all the invitees in absentia, Dr. Sudhir Kadam, sir, Dr. Nitin Kadam, sir, Registrar Dr. Goyal, sir, Research Director Dr. Sabita Ram, all other directors of the various institutes, all head of the departments of various institutions. I take this opportunity to welcome our eminent resource persons of today, Dr. Prabhake Dasilla, Director, MGM New Bombay College of Nursing, Dr. Siddhaspi Dubashi, Professor and HOD Surgery, AIMS Nagpur, Dr. Anish Bashir, Professor, Department of Internal Medicine, DM Wayanad Institute of Medical Sciences, Wayanad, who will be deliberating on the various aspects of blended learning, a role of a teacher and learner, and various models and types of blended learning. I also welcome our chairpersons of today's session, Dr. Priya Ponchitra, Professor and Vice Principal, MGM New Bombay College of Nursing, Professor Dr. Manju Chugani, Dean, Hamdard University, Delhi, Professor Rosamma Tommy, Principal, MGM New Bombay College of Nursing, Vashi, Navi Mumbai. A warm welcome to our evaluation panelist, Dr. Meera Achrekar, Deputy Nursing Superintendent at TREC, Dr. Vaishali Jadhav, Principal, Bharati Vidyapeeth College of Nursing, Kharghar, Dr. Vaishali Mohite, Dean, Krishna Institute of Medical Science, Karad. It's my privilege to welcome all our delegates and participants who has come across the country from various universities, who has registered for this 2 days of e-conference on blended learning. I hope the deliberation of this conference will provide opportunity to exchange the views and the experiences. I also extend a warm welcome to all our in-house faculties, students, IT department, and all invitees for this 2 days e-conference. If we teach today's students as we taught yesterday's, we rob them from tomorrow. A quote by John Dewey. With this quote, I hope this 2 days of conference will enlighten all of us as well as the participant on blended learning and its various models. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Preeti Matthews, for the warm gesture. Light is a magical ingredient that makes or breaks a space. It is a symbol of brightness and prosperity. To make this national e-conference a blessed one, let's ignite the virtual lamp of knowledge and wisdom. May the darkness of ignorance be swept away by the dawn of self-realization. Proceeding further, I request our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Sir, Dr. Shashank Dalvi, MJ Medical College and Hospital, to extend his best wishes for the National E-Conference. Over to you, sir.
Okay, good morning to everybody. On this platform of National E-Conference on blended learning, flexibility and centricity to the learners. During this inaugural session, I am very happy to be here and sharing my views about this particular topic in the address for this particular conference. Really, I appreciate the first, all MGMIHS is always ahead under the great leadership of our patrons, Chancellor Sri Kamal Kishorji Kadam, former Vice Chancellor Dr. Sudhir Kadam, Pro Vice Chancellor Dr. Nitin Kadam, and the New Bombay College of Nursing is always ahead in the selecting the topic and the themes which are very relevant and which are the need of the hour. Dr. Prabhakar Dashila in the organizing committee of the conferences, Dr. Maria Matthews, Mrs. Farganjia Jubilson, and also the selection of the speakers that you have made during the conference is also very much enlightening, and really this conference will be the feast for all the participants, the academic feast, particularly in the case of blended learning, and that will give the opening the eyesight. Dr. Dubashi is in the opening batsman after overview of blended learning given by the Prabha Dashila Madam, Dr. Anish Bashir, and all the faculty members. So I am very much thankful on behalf of MGMIHS to all these faculty members. The COVID-19 pandemic is the great teacher, and it has taught many things to the world. And blended learning and the introduction of the blended learning in the curriculum of the higher education, even by UGC and all by the other bodies, statutory bodies, and the importance given to the blended learning, that has come into the force now. Blended learning as such, it is not very new concept. Already on the international platform, this online learning concepts or the platforms were existing. Maybe the Coursera, which is the most commonly recognized platform about online learning, Udemy, edX, Allison, Udacity, and the number of international platforms. Even in our country also, the Swayam, the MOOC, and the number of such platforms are coming up. But if the blended learning is the concept that we are going to follow in day-to-day practice, and 25% of our whole teaching learning session we are going to accomplish through blended learning, then really very much it is necessary to go into the deeper aspects of the blended learning and how we can achieve the objectives through this particular platform. Lot of work that has been done in the offline program. In the offline program of learning, particularly the FAMER, FIME, and the number of such these particular qualifications are also available. I am not aware about the online learning in this particular mode also, such qualifications, but I am sure in due course of the time, such qualifications will come into the online program also. If some of the speakers are aware about such qualification in the online program of the learning, they will surely, because we have to go to the depth, how exactly the objectives we are achieving this particular mode. And this today's conference will surely explore all these areas of blended learning, whatever the infrastructure requirements in the blended learning, what are the various precautions those are to be adopted. In the offline learning, it is very easy to seek the attention of the students, but in blended learning, it is always the challenge. How much attentive the participants are. So all these challenges will be addressed, and how this particular platform will be useful, effectively used for the learning purpose. On this, the guidance to all faculty members and the teachers will be given in this particularly conference. I hope and I wish all the success for this particular conference. Thank you very much for inviting me. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much, sir, for sparing your valuable time and joining the webinar well ahead before the time and extending your warm wishes for the National Youth Conference. Thank you so much, sir. Gratitude is the inward feeling of kindness received. I thank each one of you for joining us in this inaugural session of National Youth Conference on blended learning, flexibility, and centricity to the learners. Now we proceed to the sessions of the day. The first session of the day.
Farganzia, 1 minute. I think so. Second day speaker, Dr. Sheetal Bhandari has joined us. He is Associate Professor, Department of Community Health Nursing, Patan Academy of Science, Lalitpur, Nepal. Sir, welcome you for this inaugural session and the first day's sessions.
Thank you.
Okay, so we proceed with the sessions of the day. The first session of the day is overview of blended learning. This session is chaired by Professor Dr. R. Chitra.
Yes, thank you, Farganzia. Can you share the slide?
1 minute. So, Professor Dr. R. Chitra, Professor and Vice Principal, MGM New Bombay College of Nursing, Kamoti. She has completed her PhD in Nursing and MA in Sociology. Currently, she is pursuing 5 more fellowship and postgraduate diploma in management. She has a professional experience of more than 18 years. She has participated, organized, and also contributed as resource person in various national and international conferences and seminars. She has nearly 18 publications to her credit. She is also an active member of various professional bodies and also at university and institutional committees. She is also an approved PhD guide with 5 nursing students under her. She is an editorial member in 2 journals, American Journal of Nursing Sciences and Journal of Nursing and Health Sciences. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Farganzia, for this warm introduction. Computers, can you share the slide of the first speaker?
Yes.
Computers has become a part of everyday life in the early 2000s, but education system was slower to integrate it till now. Now in this pandemic era, we are forced to take up the mantra, education anywhere and anytime, as a description to the new wave of education system and the practices. We are trying to create new delivery methods to all possible permutations and combinations of different teaching learning methods and creating the blended modes of teaching and learning. To enlighten this with an overview of blended learning, today we have a dynamic leader who is also a founder member of Nursing Service and Education in MGM Group of Institutions, Navi Mumbai, Dr. Prabha K. Dasilla. She is also a Dean, Nursing and Allied Sciences, a member of Board of Management of MGM Institute of Health Sciences. She has 35 years of professional experience with membership in many professional bodies, and she has organized and participated as resource person in many national and international conferences and seminars, and has many publications to her credit. She's mentoring postgraduate as well as PhD nursing scholars. She has great contribution in the curriculum development in the MGM Institute of Health Sciences. And to honor a few awards, she has also acquired Srimati Lilavati Nair Memorial Award for outstanding contribution to professional education by Higher Education Forum. She has also been awarded the Inspiring Mentor to many as an Educational Leader of the Year in the year 2018 by NHCA Singapore. She has also acquired first prize for the poster presentation at the National Conference in CMC Bellu. She is an ideal role model to the quote, "Stay committed to your decisions, but stay flexible in your approach," by Mr. Tony Robbins. Now over to Dr. Prabha K. Dasilla ma'am to start with the session overview on blended learning. Thank you.
I'm kindly unmute. You're not audible.
Madam, please unmute your.
Yes, sir. Okay, I have shared my slide. Is it visible?
Not it, ma'am.
Just a moment. Yes, is it visible now?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you,
Suresh.
Dr. R. Konchitra, for a brief introduction. First of all, good morning to everyone, and Dr. Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, other dignitaries of the university, Dr. S.N. Kadam, sir, Dr. N.N. Kadam, sir, Dr. Siddharth Dubashi, who was the first one, I think, to join this platform, all the resource persons, senior faculty members, dear participants. I welcome you all on this e-conference on behalf of Indian Institute of Health Sciences and MGM New Bombay College of Nursing. Due to COVID pandemic, for the last 2 years, we are not able to host the national conference on offline mode. So we have it on online mode. I hope all of you are vaccinated and safe with your family and loved ones. So to start with this, with my presentation, I quote the quotation by Mahatma Gandhi, father of nation. By education, I mean all-round development, drawing of the best in child, man and body, mind and spirit. Now, positive changes and behavior is the outcome of education, which is an important ingredient of human development. It cannot happen in isolation. It requires a lot of teaching, learning. It is rightly said by Kingley and Gary that learning is a process by which behavior is originated or changes through practice. So it is a mental operation which requires a lot of activity. The outcome is...
Your slide is not moving.
The outcome is knowledge. No, not moving.
Slide is still, it's in the first slide.
No, I moved it. Still not moving?
No, ma'am, it's not moving. It's in the first slide only.
You can share it again if possible.
One minute, I am extremely sorry. Is it moving?
I'm still in the first
No, ma'am, say
slide.
Second.
no.
Is Nitin around?
Yeah, he's coming on. He's coming.
शेयर नहीं हो रहा शेयर हुआ था बट माइक ऑफ कर
Dear participant, kindly complete your pretest. You have to complete your pretest, post-test and feedback. Then only you will be getting your certificates. So pretest link is already sent. Please complete it. The people, those who have joined using the link which we have sent.
Preeti, can you tell me whether it is moving?
No, ma'am. First side only is there.
Second.
No. ये कितने लोग हैं? Participants, sorry for the technical inconvenience. By that time, you can complete your pretest. I hope you are getting the pretest link.
I have sent this to Fergenzia. She can operate it. Sorry for the inconvenience. When we talk about technology, sometimes technology also gives a lot of trouble. So we start with the session. I present with the quotation by Mahatma Gandhi: "By education, I mean an all-round drawing of the best in child and man in body, mind, and spirit." Next slide, please. And education is an important ingredient through which positive changes and change in behavior is brought. It doesn't happen in isolation. It requires a lot of efforts and learning take place. Next slide. It is a process by which behavior is originated or changes through practice. It is rightly said by Kingley and Gary that it takes mental operation and the final outcome is the knowledge. Next. So here I present the overview. Next, previous slide. I made it very short. There may be overlapping. So my apologies. I asked for the other presenters sometime. There may be some overlapping. Next slide. So if you see how blended learning evolved, in 1840, Sir Isaac Pitman, who was a professor in English, he developed shorthand course. So he started this distant learning by sending the postcard. The students do not have to come to him. So through the postcard, there was communication. So like that, it started, the distance learning started in 1840. Between 1960 and 1970, mini computers were in force, which were used for training of employees. So it was done in University of Illinois. In 1970 to 1980, TV-based technology was there to support the live training, so that the printing material, so there was no need to print the material. So students were given live training through the TV-based technology. In 1980 to 1990, CD-ROM training material, and there was rise of LMS. We still remember in our college when we were students, we had the CD-ROMs available, and very, very minimal use of this technology was there at that point of time. Although LMS was originated in between 18 to 90, but it was not what is existing today. And that is how larger quantity of information was collected in the CD-ROM, and which is still existing in our libraries. We have the CD-ROM available. And in 1998, there was massive expansion of technology. And so that this was the time when blended learning started. Next slide. So if we look at the past, present, and future, the blended learning, there was, these were two distant technologies, the online, the face-to-face learning, and there was distributed computer mediated learning. So it was distant. And in present, thanks to COVID, which has given us this opportunity to blend it more. It was already there, but now we are in a position to blend it well. So there is increased implementation of blended system. If you look at the future, this technology-based education will be majority of blended system. There will be a lot of blending which will take place, and the students will have freedom. Next. So it requires a lot of prerequisites. The institution has to have well-furnished computer labs, internet connection, provision of video chatting, etc. There should be flexibility in system. The students and the teaching system, there should be flexibility. Formative evaluation and continuous internal assessment, there should be good systems available for this evaluation methods. And there should be provision of online examination and making system more flexible. Similarly, teachers also to be well trained, there should be scientific attitude, and they should have wider outlook and positive approach toward the change, because more of blended learning, we are still not comfortable with what is happening now. Students are at home and we are teaching. So that we will have to change our attitude. And similarly, students should have access, because we had a lot of difficulties when those students who are at interior places last year, they did not have proper internet connectivity, and many more problems. And similarly, parents also should be satisfied with what kind of education is going on. Next. Therefore, what is blended learning? It is the integration of classroom face-to-face learning with online learning experiences. There are many definitions given, and the different perspectives are, it is a holistic perspective where delivery of instruction using multimedia. In educational perspective, it is integrating two different paradigms, the classroom, which is synchronized with online, and the online mode, which is asynchronized. Pragmatic perspective, these courses are taught both in the classroom and at the distance. And these are mix of two different pedagogic strategies. Next. This Graham Charles R., who has described six rationales for adopting blended learning. Graham Charles is a professor of instructional psychology and technology who has done a lot of research on blended learning. He has developed design and evaluation of online learning, and he is presently working in Brigham Young University, USA. He has described that this blended learning is a pedagogical richness. We give variety of training, variety of learning methods are used for blended learning. It is more access to knowledge. There is a lot of social interaction. The student, now today we can see Dr. Dubashi, otherwise it was impossible. Dr. Manju Chudani, Dr. Harmeet Kaur Kang, we had to have a lot of planning to make it offline, and then to have all this learned people to be with us. So it has a lot of social interaction where we can connect with experts from all around the world. Personal agency, the students have freedom to have their free time. They can relax and at ease they can do their learning process. It is cost effective and ease to revision. These are all different benefits of this. Human and technology, these are the two modes which are incorporated in this. In human mode, it is personalized. When we do classroom teaching, one-to-one, face-to-face teaching, there is personalization, one-to-one feedback. We can look at each student, what are their strengths and what are their weaknesses, and we can do the progress tracking, various assessment methodologies where we need in person, the individual, we can do those assessment activities, we can guide them, motivate them, because we can guide them and motivate them online also. But when they sit in front of us, we are able to see their facial expression, their body language, and accordingly we can do more intense guidance and discipline and practice activities. We can demonstrate, they can have clinical practice, and where they can be well observed. Technology is a self-study, self-directed. Student has to track, they have to control themselves, they have to do online assessment. It is cost effective, they can reach globally, and they can have group chat and discussion. Therefore, blended learning increases engagement and responsibility of learning. It enhances teacher and student interaction. It allows more flexibility in teaching and learning environment and time management, provides better opportunities for learning, and improves learning outcome. Therefore, if the outcome is good, the institutional reputation also enhances. Next. So relevance to adopting blended learning, it gives wider opportunities. The scope is widened. There is technological and scientific development, easy to update knowledge and skill. We are open online, so many courses are available. The students can join, they can develop their knowledge and skills. Experienced teachers are available. There is a shortage of those experienced and well-learned people, so we can join them from any part of the world. Variety of experience to the student. If there are some students who do not like the teaching of any teacher, so sometimes they may bunk the class, their attendance is irregular, and so this mode they can select. So therefore, the attendance irregularities and drop out, which is there in traditional teaching, so student can select where they can have better opportunities and better experience. Increased enrollment and opportunities to master all modern techniques and life skills, reach to expert and content material which is available online, and this gives equal importance to traditional mode and classroom teaching. Therefore, traditional mode is available, so we are not losing the value system and love towards the Indian culture, which is available, which is our tradition from years, that the classroom face-to-face teaching is there. Guru to Shishya, we can continue that tradition. It is mentioned in the UGC concept note, which is available, that blended learning is not mere mix of online and face-to-face mode, but it refers to well-planned combination of meaningful activities in both the mode. So we can't just haphazardly say that this we can do classroom and this can be done online mode. It has to be well-planned, well incorporated in the curriculum. So the face-to-face learning is the traditional method, which can be blended with online and self-paced, which is a supporting method. Therefore, the focus has to be on learning outcome and learner-centered environment. Next slide. So here in this method, teacher in the classroom or traditional method, teacher is on the top and she controls. It is a teacher-centric method, whereas in the blended learning, it is student-driven, which is learner-centric. So the approach is bottom to top, whereas in the teacher-centric, it is top to bottom. So that there is role shift from site to service. Teacher becomes the coach and the mentor. Next. So responsibility of teacher is focus on lesson. She has to do whatever she has to do to attain the outcome of the curriculum. It is the guided instruction where she has to blend well with the student and she has to say, okay, we have to do this. Collaborative effort where students' responsibility, where they the student has to work together, and independent where he has to work alone. I will not focus much on this because we have resource person, Dr. Siddharth Dubashi, who the session will be chaired by Dr. Manju Chugani. So I stop talking more about the role of the teacher and the student here. So more deliberations will be done by Dr. Siddharth Dubashi. Okay, next. Blended learning activities is a teaching learning process in which formal interaction with teacher and the classmate, face-to-face classroom teaching. And at the same time, there may be non-formal interaction where a group of students are there, where classmates can interact with each other and the knowledge enhances. In the supported teaching learning activity, offline and online services are there. In offline, group interaction and offline individual learning, online individual learning, and teacher can also blend computer assisted learning in the traditional method. Next. Next. Next slide, please. Perkenzia, next slide.
Then 1 minute.
Okay, by the time the slides open, I will just talk about supported. Is this done? Supported learning, teaching learning can be done by like virtual classroom, accessing e-library, webinars, viewing expert lectures in the YouTube, virtual laboratories, accessing educational blogs and video and audio. While in the traditional method, it is face-to-face teaching, demonstrations in the laboratories, clinical posting and patient care, student interaction with course content, peer group interaction and group discussion and exchange of ideas. This can be done in the traditional mode. Next. Okay, there are various modes and types: live synchronous and virtual synchronous, self-directed asynchronous and collaborative asynchronous. So more in detail will be done by our resource person, Dr. Anish Basir, and with the session will be chaired by Professor Rosamma Tommy. Next slide. There are various tools available, with some of them was already mentioned by our Vice Chancellor, Dr. Shashank Dalvi sir, that learning management system, we have open source such as Moodles, Canvas, web-based classroom management system. We had used Google Classroom last year so much, and now many more are available. More technology is more refined day by day, so we can, in future, we may have others. Web conferencing, which we are having now, where there is voice, text chat, and some more with other facilities like whiteboard connotation and screen sharing is also there. So this is one of the web conferencing tool we are using. Digital textbook. There are many publishers coming up nowadays with that they have lot of textbook, 250, 300, 2000 textbooks are available, which has many facilities. You can refer, you can have PDF, you can write down, make your notes, you can have some page selection, all that facilities they have. Blogs and wikis, these are all individual reflective writing. Many people write blogs, which is also available. Students can refer that. There are simulator, serious games and virtual words. These are also simulators available with various facilities. There are e-portfolios students have. They can have those, their certificates available, which can be used later on for any, if they are going for any job or anything, they can have those, present those e-portfolios. Next. What points to be considered while creating a content? How much content is to be provided to students? What format will be, will the content require? Example, PowerPoint or voiceover, synchronous, live workshop, etc. What resources in appropriate format to be made available to support the independent learning? And what guidance or instructions the learner require to effectively interact with the content in the ways the teacher needs? And how will the guidance or instructions to the learner be provided? So more in detail will be done by Dr. Ajay Semalti, and the chairperson is Dr. Harmeet Kaur. More detail of each of the resource person, the introduction will be given at the time of the presentation. Assessment and blended learning. The institutions should see coherence, means how the content is integrated, transference, whether the content is meeting the learning needs of the students, teaching and learning style, whether meeting the learning needs of each student, because there are advanced learners, there are potential learners, all that needs to be very well incorporated in the curriculum. Student participation, whether students are participating in the teaching learning activity, conceptual understanding, gaining new knowledge, and content delivery, whether the content is creative, and teacher-student relationship, student-to-student relationship, all that has to be seen by the institution. Next. How formative and summative assessment to be done? We have desired outcome, we have a lot of teaching learning activity. If it is a semester system, throughout the semester, if it is an annual system, throughout the year, and then the evaluation system. This evaluation is formative and summative. So this has to be well crafted, it has to be seen that the structured, if it is online, the reporting is structured and class tests are well structured. If it is self-evaluation, that also to be having structured format or unstructured format, which has to be planned in advance. So this session will be dealt by Dr. Sheetal Bhandari and chairperson is Dr. Hepzibah. Various factors which influenced the learner, the teaching learning activity. Teacher, the learner, how is the learner motivated? What is his previous learning experience? What is the intelligence and how is the interest? All that matters when we consider the learner. Teacher, the subject knowledge of the teacher, what are the teaching skills? How is the teacher approaching the students? What is the behavior of the teacher and the personality? How disciplined is the teacher? That is also influence the blended learning. How is the subject difficult? What is the length of the content? How meaningful it is? And how the subject is organized? Whether it is simple to complex, whether the subject matter is organized logically, everything matters. Teaching learning methodology, whole to part, knowledge of result, learning by doing, environment, and the institution. Teacher to student ratio, the institution matters a lot. How is the teacher's student ratio? What is the quality of teacher? And what is the commitment of the teacher? That is also matters. How is the infrastructure? We think that we need to have blended learning, but do we have those facilities? What teaching methodologies are incorporated? What are the physical resources? All that matters when we are considering the blended learning. Next. So what are the challenges? Internet connectivity, technical skills of the teacher, student, cyber safety and security, the instructional design, appropriate in person and online design, looking at how to teach, not just what to teach, and the infrastructure, which is already done previously. Next. And so this session will be done by Dr. Manjunath Nagaraja, and which is the chairperson is Dr. Jyoti Chaudhary. I have found out two best practices, the comments of the institution. This study was done and the responses was from 9 organizations. In this study, the organization said that classroom lecture, they have responded 100%, and the project work, they 100% responses was given, and then library studies and sim online, that they have given more comments. The success factors were said that structured timeliness and deadlines for the online material and realistic simulation and practice. Next. What about the students' perspective? Students' perspective, setting the stage and bring consistency in teaching team. They have said that the whatever blended learning we are talking about, it has to be well placed in the syllabus, and it has to be informed to the student at the time of whether they are entering to that particular course or entering to the particular semester. It has to be well informed to the student. Timeliness, the material should be posted on time, they should be given time for at least 2 weeks, and for submission, at least 15 minutes for online activity. There should be a, if submission, they should be given at least 15 minutes so that they can submit online. Structured activity learning, focus on real world. And next, incorporate feedback. The teacher should inform how is the performance of the student and what changes the student has to do in his performance. Review online material. In the beginning, during the face-to-face session, the teacher should review what material is being posted, whether it is well written, whether it gives meaning, and technology that brings flexibility to the student. All that points to be considered. These are the students' perspective. So more in detail about this will be talked by resource person Dr. Ansu, and which will be chaired by Dr. Nancy Fernandez. Next. So to conclude, I would say blended learning provides flexibility to both students and teacher. It integrates virtual and traditional methods, which enables both instructors and the students to become learners. Both the teacher and the student, they are both learning. But institutional support is very important for redesigning the courses and adopting proper pedagogies for blended learning effectively. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, for the deliberation on overview of blended learning in a very simplified and an understandable way. You have enlightened us right from the interesting evolution, that is the history of blended learning with the prerequisites, different perspectives, the rationale and the relevance, the benefits in the aspect of the teacher, students, as well as for the institutions, the various modes and types, and the points to be considered while creating the content, and few research evidences on the blended learning also, in a very simplified and in an interesting way. Blended learning, as you said, works well when planned and delivered by taking into consideration with a few adjustments for the teaching presence, the social presence, as well as the cognitive presence of the students as well as the teachers. And as you said, the review also says that now because of this blended more in the future era of education, there will be more of adult learners, because adult learners now we have to learn with the current technology to sustain in our workplace, because most of our workplace is expecting us to do a hybrid mode, as well as in some places which is not in an education sector, they are also asking us for the remote working also. So in the future era is expected to have more of adult learners, even in the very senior adult learners also, to learn about the technology, how to use it in our workplace. So this session has inspired us with a very open and with a vision of more learner-centered education, which is possible through a blended learning. And thank you once again, ma'am. And now, since there are no chat box questions and few comments are there, it is an excellent session and congratulations. And now over to Mrs. Vergantia to continue with the session for the next panel.
Thank you very much. Although there was technical problem 2-3 times. Thank you, Dr. Manju Chugani, ma'am, also.
Thank you, Dr. Prabhakar Rasila and Dr. Punchitra. We proceed to the second section of the day, role of teacher and learner in blended learning. This session is chaired by Dr. Manju Chugani. She is a dean from Jamia Hamdard University, New Delhi. She has a rich professional experience of more than 29 years. She has initiated Society of Midwives in India in the year 2000. She is a certified assessor of National Assessment and Accreditation Council. She is an external assessor at NHSRC and dynamic member of 12 national and international organizations. She is also an active member of many professional bodies. She has contributed to more than 330 workshops, seminars, and conferences. And to her credit, she has 58 publications, 6 chapters, 5 books, 16 guidelines under her umbrella, and also has presented nearly 60 papers at various forums. She has led more than 11 research projects. Currently, she is guiding 5 PhD nursing students. She has received many awards to her credit. To name a few, she has also got Mary Goulburn Agent Award for the year 2020, Most Influential Women, and International Midwife Award. Over to you, Dr. Manju Chugani.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank MGM for giving me this opportunity, and also Dr. Prabha and the Honorable Vice Chancellor for giving this opportunity. And I think the topic selected for this National E-Conference is the need of an hour, because as per the National Education Policy also, and considering this COVID situation, this is very, very important subject you have selected. So first, I would like to congratulate you all before beginning the next session that has been very rightly chosen the theme. And as I have attended a few slides or few seconds or minutes, the session by the earlier speaker, very well spoken and very well summarized also. We all know that blended learning is demanding a lot of, it's a rigorous exercise actually on part of the institution, on part of the teacher, on part of the learner also. All three are involved very closely into this exercise. And there we need to see that there should be multiple entry and exit, and there are a lot of reforms happening, like we are using the open book also, open book exam, and all those things are there. So without wasting much time, let me introduce our speaker for the day, who is going to speak on blended learning, role of a teacher and role of a learner. Both are very, very important roles. And I feel honored to introduce our speaker, that is Professor Dr. Siddharth P. Dubashi. I think I had met him during the NITE NAC accreditation.
Yes,
He
madam,
was
we had met
there,
last year.
if I'm right.
Yes, yes, we
Right.
had met last year in March at Mangalore.
Yeah, you came as a board member.
Yes,
To
yes.
Yeah, and I got this opportunity to introduce you here. Dr. Siddharth is an alumnus of BJ Government Medical College, Pune, and he has professional experience of more than 20 years. And he has done PhD in higher education. So who else can be the right person to speak on this education piece, which is very new for many of us, and we all are exploring and working hard to make it a success, this method. And he is also a FEMER fellow, which is a proud association, and more than 100 research papers he has contributed to and chapters also. And he is recipient of over 33 awards and fellowships, and he has delivered over 180 lectures at various conferences. And he is invited as expert committee member by Government of Maharashtra for formulating the process of impact assessment of health science institution in the state, and RGUHS Karnataka for formulating competency-based program for MS surgery. This is happening for nursing, for medical people also, this competency-based program. So it is one of the very reputed committee I know where he is serving. And he is appointed by WHO Collaboration Center for Emergency and Trauma as chairman of Joint Working Committee for Promulgation of CVT Surgeons in Trauma Care. And he is appointed by the National Medical Commission as an expert for emergency medicine program. He is examiner and paper setter in surgery for 28 universities, and governing council member of Association of Surgeons of India. So having such an eminent person for speaking on the second session, that is blended learning, role of teacher and learner. We look forward to hear you, and once again, welcome to this session. So over to Dr. Siddharth.
Thank you, madam. With your kind permission, I'll just share the screen. Yes, can you see the screen now?
Yeah, it is starting.
I'll make it a slideshow now.
Right.
Yeah, can you all see this complete slide?
Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah, yes. Good morning, everybody, and I thank the Honorable Chairperson for the session, Madam Manju Chugani, for the kind words. The Honorable Vice Chancellor of MGM Institute of Health Sciences, Professor Dr. Shashank Dalvi, the Pro Vice Chancellor, Dr. Nitin Kadam, Registrar, Dr. Goel, Organizing Chairman, Madam Prabha Dasila, the Organizing Secretary, Madam Maria Preeti Matthew, the esteemed delegates who have registered and who are attending this particular national e-conference on a very important issue of blended learning, the need of the hour, and esteemed ladies and gentlemen. I thank Madam Prabha Dasila for giving me this opportunity to be a part of the academic deliberations at this particular important event. I bring greetings, ladies and gentlemen, from the All India Institute of Medical Sciences, AIIMS, Nagpur. At the end of this particular session, we shall be able to understand what is the myth associated with blended learning. Once we understand the myth, we'll be able to actually understand what's the reality. What are the prerequisites for the teacher to initiate, to implement, to assess this particular mode of teaching learning? What is the role of the facilitator actually? No longer called as only a teacher, the person would be a facilitator. And what is the responsibility of the learner? So actually the objectives are very simple. My job is to make it a little more complicated. If you see that great teachers have been blending learning since ages. Now it's only about what about you blend with, and that they are talking of technology. And at this juncture, ladies and gentlemen, I am remembered of my teachers 25, 30 years back when I was an undergraduate student at my alma mater, BJ Medical College, Pune. I still remember our dean, Madam Murdula Fadke, who used to bring the professor of pediatrics, who used to bring the clinical cases to the lecture hall that time. Now we have coined a term called as an early clinical exposure 25 years later. But think of these teachers, these gurus who have envisioned all these, the teaching learning strategies long back. So it was a didactic component blended with the clinical presentations. It was a form of blended learning if you really go back and introspect, if you really go back and think in the real manner. Similarly, what did Lord Sushruta do? Now we talk of simulations. Now we talk of the modern skill labs, electronic gadgets. Just can everyone afford the budget of having a complete, fully equipped, advanced skill lab in our country? We need to think on that. But what did Sushruta do at that time? There was small group teaching and there were skills which were taught on fruits. So teaching was there, the didactic component was there, it was being blended with these psychomotor skills. Though in a primitive way, but the concept was there. So that's what I was just thinking when I took over this particular topic and started making my presentation. I said, let us think, were we exposed to blended learning? Right now, yes, it is. We are talking only of technology. But during those days, during those primitive times, was this concept there or not there? The answer is a big yes, it was there. And we have seen the transition. We have seen initially the blackboard, then we saw the overhead projector, some video slides, and now we have got a laptop, we have got a whiteboard, and we have got mobile. But mind well, when you talk of technology and whatever research is being undertaken to see the various forms of teaching learning, we should not forget that students have commented that still the traditional blackboard teaching is of value, has its own importance. And that's why we are always talking of having a blended approach. You cannot have totally a blackboard type of an approach. You cannot have totally a laptop or a mobile. So let's see how we are going to try to have the best of these modalities of training. So this was the transition that we have seen of the modes of the communication. And now, yes, internet, social media, those are the most important means of communication. And those are the ones now to be used in a blended approach, in a blended teaching learning approach, along with the traditional face-to-face interactions. And all this has been started, all this awareness for the facilitator and for the learner, it all became of immense importance when we had the national education policy coming in 2020. So friends, a well-crafted blended solution can provide a seamless transition from the classroom to the computer and vice versa. It's vice versa. The definition doesn't end with that word computer. We need to look upon that and we'll explain why it is. What do I mean by the words vice versa? So the myth that is associated, ladies and gentlemen, with this form of teaching learning, that it is inclusion of technology into the curriculum. That's all. I just have 1 or 2 PowerPoint presentations and I say, yes, I'm implementing blended learning. Totally wrong and totally a myth. Then what are we expected to do? Blended learning approach is the teacher's ability to use technology to personalize the learning process for students. And when you talk of student-centric, when the learning objectives are made, when the assessment methods are made, just keep this prime stakeholder, ladies and gentlemen, in front of you, and everything has to be designed around that particular figure. So it is not just having 2 or 3 the question banks or on your computer desktop, or 3 or 4 PowerPoint lectures on your desktop and say we are implementing blended learning. That is not the correct way. It's much more than that. And in fact, the responsibility, though we say it has shifted from the teacher to the student, but we'll see how the responsibility of the facilitator, now the word is facilitator, is actually doubled up. We have not put our hands off and now left it to the student-centric method, so it's entirely to the learner. No, the ownership has shifted, but your responsibility of the facilitator has doubled up. A quote by the father of the nation, the Mahatma: by education, I mean an all-round drawing of the best in child and man, in body, mind, and spirit. Unquote. So see, age-old, look at all these quotes, look at all the activities done by the great leaders. I talked of Shushruta, who developed a primitive skill lab. I'm talking of the father of the nation, who told the complete amalgamation of the various domains of learning at that time: the cognitive, the affective, and the psychomotor. We had such great teachers who brought clinical cases into the lecture hall during the didactic lecture series and made it so interesting for us. Till date, we remember those didactic lecture sessions. So ultimately, everything, when we talk of the role of the facilitator and role of the student, then everything starts with the learner needs, ladies and gentlemen. We need to have a lot of brainstorming on understanding the student needs, the learner needs. They should learn to capture the relevant data themselves, as well as the facilitator also needs to capture the relevant data. We should understand that the data is now going to drive the instruction. What sessions we need to have, whether sessions need to be increased, whether they have to decrease in number, whether the pace of learning is going to be correct or wrong, what is the cross section of the students in that particular batch who's attending that particular session, what are the relevant resources that need to be provided, are we deficient in them, and based on the session that is conducted, the feedback and the cycle continues. Please, it doesn't stop there at provision of relevant resources, or it doesn't stop at the point where you take and feedback. The cycle continues. What just I want to mention here is that the entire process of teaching learning, whether even if we call it as a blended learning, it is a dynamic process. Again, I'm mentioning the role of the facilitator is doubled up now. A greater responsibility. It is not that just because the paradigm shift in the transfer of ownership of teaching learning from the teacher to the student. No, that's one part of it. But blended learning has doubled up the responsibility of the facilitator, ladies and gentlemen. So when you talk of the prerequisites for the facilitator, they're talking of that they should be willing to learn, be open to new teaching learning strategies, and of course, the concept of being an academic leader. But let me tell you, friends, why only blended learning? Anything that you want to implement, we are at the seat where we take important decisions. It should be in our mindset. If the mindset of the faculty, of the teachers, is not to become facilitators, then I think the program would go for a 6. So the mindset of the policymakers is extremely important, because they should be able to differentiate between the instruction-based models and the various learner needs which are there. The need of the hour. So the mindset, though I have shown these 3 points, but what is extremely important is the mindset of the teacher who now needs to be a facilitator. And the role is changing, I told, from a knowledge provider to a mentor, and better known as the sage on the stage to the guide by the side. That's the approach that is required when we talk of the blended learning approach. So when you talk of the role of the teacher in this particular mode of training, the faculty, friends, can be incredibly successful when they are going to relinquish the control that they possess, allowing the students to harness the power of technology, the power of learning, the pace of learning that they wish to have. The first point is about understanding the technology that the students will be using. This is of paramount importance. It includes the best available technology which would engage the students. Since morning they are using this word, that is the appropriate, judicious student engagement, which would include the clear, the direct instruction, and something that the faculty members can actually believe in. Plan your sessions. Somehow I find that ever since this pandemic has come in, we have all switched over to online teaching learning. And somehow the faculty feel that conducting an online session is much easier than conducting an offline session. Another myth which is there. Actually, what happens is online becomes little more difficult, in fact. The students are not there directly in front of you. You need to convey your message very clearly. When can you convey your message very clearly? If you have clear learning objectives. And out of those objectives, you must be able to know how best they can be depicted. When you're training actually face to face, a lot of things can be sorted out there itself. But here, whatever 30-35 minutes if you have, in that if you have not conveyed the correct message, I think that moment will never come again. And entirely a wrong message may be conveyed. We need to know in those 35 to 40 minutes of that online thing, what actually have the learners comprehended. So if your objectives are not clear, and out of those objectives, which are the ones to be given by in a didactic mode completely, which are the ones you are going to convey by means of showing a video film. So all those things need to be planned. Without planning, again, the session is of no value. So again, that myth at online conduct of an online session is much easier than an offline session is totally wrong. We need to be prepared. We need to create a data-driven culture. And we need to transform the data that we have captured. The enormous student data that we have captured actually needs to be transformed, needs to be translated into actionable information for the benefit of the teaching learning process, for the benefit of our students, because that is going to help us to benchmark the student success, to benchmark the student progress. Let us identify, using this data-driven culture, let us identify the people who have not been able to keep pace with their learning modes. So appropriate remedial actions can be achieved by having a data-driven culture, because the data is going to be an ongoing cycle of the instructional improvement as well for the facilitator. The students will periodically examine their own data. So first, you yourself get the student-driven approach, have a student-driven approach, and then transform it to a data-driven culture. And of course, the administration will need to provide all the necessary resources that are required for successful conduct of blended learning, teaching learning process. Set high expectations for your stakeholders. Dream big. Of course, it's not only just about dreaming. We need to achieve some of those dreams, and we need to, you have to lay the path for our followers. If you are an academic leader, how will you know you're an academic leader? You will know that when you have got followers. A leader will always have followers. It's again continuous process, leader and followers. And you have to lay down a path for them, set high expectations, communicate the content of the program, ladies and gentlemen, it's process right at the start. It's extremely essential. And again, it is coming down to your objectives. It is again coming down to your program outcomes. So whether it is the routine teaching or whether it is blended learning, the methodology is going to be the same in many aspects. So there is no substitute for outlining the program outcomes, no substitute for outlining the goals and the objectives. So set the expectations and hold the students together. Promote them to be collegial. Promote a respectful working environment. So a collegial, respectful working environment will be definitely the outcome of setting up a good platform. How a good platform can be set by having clear, defined goals and objectives. Now, the goals and objectives will be defined initially, but the learning objectives, the pace at which we go, will be modified depending on the student data that you all have captured. That's what I meant by having a data-driven culture. So the facilitator has to really look into and really foster an environment for a data-driven culture in the institution, ladies and gentlemen. And that's about having the academic and the behavioral rules, the individual or small group or large group interaction. What is that? What is the evidence that is available actually to see that learning is happening or not? And we cannot have the same standard for all the type of students. You need to set standards for acceptable and unacceptable work. It's not about people who are not able to cope up. Appropriate remedial action will be taken and they will be helped. But what about the defaulters? People need to be ticked off at appropriate intervals so that we don't land up with problems in the end. So the academic and behavioral rules are extremely important when I say set high expectations, when I say set up a platform, when I say make the students aware, make the learners aware of the learning objectives, it also includes all these. The instructional plan which you're going to give and the evidence for learning in between, when we are going to monitor, we are also going to see what is the evidence that actually the learning happened. So it's about the motivation, it's about setting goals, see whether the students are meeting the expectations, assess, and then again set higher expectations. So did you see again and again, when I show these cycles, they only indicate, ladies and gentlemen, they only indicate that it is a dynamic process. It cannot be just left at, we have one module prepared today, and if that is the module that you're going to use for your blended learning, again 2-3 years later, it is of no use. It is of no use. So your bank, your e-bank will also undergo a continuous change during the entire process. It has to be a continuous, dynamic, validated bank of e-resources that you have developed in your department for your institution. Simultaneously, a clear plan for the offline sessions. You need to know what is going to be by a blended approach and what is the relevant objective of that particular session, which has to be done in an offline manner. So identify the major areas for practice, for challenge, and for remediation. So that's extremely important, whether it's face-to-face and e-learning. When we say blended, it may be whatever it is, maybe 70-30, 40-60, or 50-50. But we need to identify which are the objectives which are going to be covered, because without that, the topic is not complete. If you remember this particular movie, wherein the teacher in this particular movie is daily the students are having the didactic sessions, but in the evening he's conducting music sessions for them. And that's all about, blended learning. See how it is being depicted in our movies as well. The message is very clearly given when you have a separate area outlined in the campus itself to learn music for our prime stakeholders. And that is the need of the hour. And that's how we are talking of amalgamating humanities in our health profession education. When you talk of nursing education, yes, it goes hand in hand with music, with humanities, with arts, with crafts. All carry immense importance when you talk of health profession education, when you talk of nursing education. Be it role plays, be it simulations, be it debates, and more so with the national education policy bringing out about the paradigm shifts, they have more concentration now on reflections, on the reflective writing. What is it all about? It's all about the informal interactions we are going to have at the end of the day. Look here how the students used to feel refreshed in the evening when they've had these particular music sessions. And definitely there will be better interactions. Again, that word is going to come now. There will be better student engagement. And that's the key word, let me tell you. I'm sure for this national conference, I'm sure the organizers will agree with me. The key word for this particular event would be the appropriate, the judicious student engagement. And the role of the facilitator is doubled up. Foster deep learning and better comprehending abilities. And see, the technology is a part and parcel of the teaching learning process, friends. But a deep learning is something that the facilitator is responsible for, and that should come from the facilitator only. It's not just about defining some concept and leaving it at that, but going into the intricacies, giving the real lifetime examples, and assessing whether the students have understood, have perceived the correct message that it was intended to give.
Yes.
Sir, machines are any combination of bodies so connected that their relative motions are constrained, and by which means force and motion may be transmitted and modified as a screw in its nut, or a lever arranged to turn about a fulcrum, or a pulley about its pivot, etc. Especially a construction more or less complex, consisting of a combination of moving parts or simple mechanical elements as wheels, levers, cams, etc.
God.
That's not deep learning. That's just rote learning. And that was very clearly depicted in that particular movie that we had. Taught us so many things. Out of one which was clearly reflected was this rote learning. So when we talk of deep learning, it doesn't mean rote learning. It means going into actually the depth of the concepts that are related with that particular entity which you need to explain. And at the same time, we need to facilitate the development of the metacognitive skills amongst the students. The students' ability to question, to interrogate, the critical thinking, the creativity, the monitoring and explaining his or her own learning style as well as the pace. That's what we talk of the metacognitive skills among the students, and that's the role of the teacher, that's the role of the facilitator, ladies and gentlemen. They should know when to pause the video instruction and when they can take down the notes. They should be able to set their achievable goals, and they should know, most important, it sounds very simple, but then it needs to percolate down to our stakeholders, friends, that they should know when to ask for help. That's all about the metacognitive skills. Promote the creativity amongst them. Let them start thinking logically. Promote the thinking amongst the students. Again, the key word of this particular conference. It's about student engagement. It's about the role of the facilitator getting doubled up. Paradigm shift is the ownership from teaching learning, from the teacher to the learner. But the role of the facilitator is doubled up. He has to facilitate the development of metacognitive skills amongst our stakeholders. Allow them to question, allow them to ask for help, allow them to think logically, and to understand their own pace of learning. Ensure that the teaching learning process is relevant and promotes student engagement means do not expect that the student will know everything at the start itself, and don't give him too much in a plate at the start. That will lead to total repulsion. And that's the biggest mistake that we make. You may have one lecture. Suppose I have to teach, say I have to teach pancreas to my students. I have converted that particular pancreas into pancreas 1, pancreas 2, pancreas 3, pancreas 4, pancreas 5. And objectives for each particular session. So all my faculty in my department know what is, when I say pancreas 1, what are the 3 learning objectives in that pancreas 1? What are the 4 learning objectives in pancreas 2? What are the only 2 learning objectives in pancreas 3? So the session, the entire topic. So if I had chosen pancreas, I will complete whole of pancreas today because that's my favorite this thing area of surgery. I'm interested in that. I will complete pancreas today for 2 hours. I will take pancreas. No, no, no. That would not be relevant, and it will not. That will hamper the student engagement. That will be very repulsive. Students will not take it. The message will never percolate down. In fact, that will have a that will have a negative effect on your next session as well. So again, the entire teaching learning process will be, the purpose will not be served. The purpose will be defeated if the objectives are not clear, if the teaching learning is not relevant. So do not think that the students will know everything, will accept everything at the start itself. That's again a myth. So prime the curiosity at the start of the course. You must generate that element of curiosity in the learner. Give them the learning resources and let them come back to you. It's extremely important at this stage also to identify the disengaging students. So when you go slow, you will be able to identify the disengaging. Otherwise, you think that everything is flowing in a nice manner. That's again a myth. That's your personal opinion. Need to develop personal contact with these students. That's extremely, extremely vital for any program to be successful. You need to know your students by name. And that's what I do. Whether we are now adopted a blended learning, but even when we had a directed learning approach, I knew all the students, I know all the students by name. That's extremely important to have your program successful. And that would help you to develop a mutual trust, ladies and gentlemen. So it's about priming the curiosity at the start, the trust that we develop, the personal contact, identify the disengaging students. So ultimately, we have to first focus on the competencies before attempting to fix the deficits. If you go fast, you will only know the deficiencies. Again, that may be repulsive. Your suggestions will not be acceptable to them. You have to make those learners receptive to your thought process. How will you do that? By going slowly, bit by bit, priming a curiosity and developing a mutual confidence and element of trust. And for that, you need to know your learners, ladies and gentlemen. And the monitoring the data. Who are the students who are lagging behind? Which are the students who are doing too well? Can they be given the role of peer-assisted learning? It is possible even in a blended approach. So it's extremely important to help the students to formulate, to have their own pace of learning. And which are the modules which may have to be repeated? What is the remedial action to be taken? All that. And again, coming back to that concept of a data-driven culture in the organization with appropriate student engagement, with the role of the facilitator getting doubled up. Another unique thing which the facilitator can do is the creation of e-portfolios. And there are different, again, concepts related to portfolios. But you should understand who is your stakeholder. Because portfolios will be different for an undergraduate student, portfolios will be different for a PG student, portfolios will be different for a PhD program. Portfolios will be different for a fellowship program, portfolios will be different for a certificate course. So here, if you are talking of the undergraduate teaching learning process at large, I understand it's in a different manner. And here we are talking of providing ownership to learning. You may give them just 2 or 3 case studies to follow up over a period of time. And that would definitely bring out the importance of all the domains of learning. That means whatever thing you have taught in the didactic component, if that is translated, if they are giving an opportunity to convert that into an offline session, implement that in an offline session, I think you will be able to generate very good e-portfolios. And why I say e-portfolios, because in one of the sessions, they could present those from time to time. So this is one very important activity which can be generated, which can be done through a blended learning approach. In fact, it is the need of the hour to generate e-portfolios. Encourage the various online interactions. Have the scope for or place the strategic questions. humor, praise. Of course, not too much of humor, otherwise it will be totally off track. We have seen only humor in the some of the presentations, then the entire lecture or the faculty only becomes a source of humor. So that should not be anything. Too much is not required. The decorum also needs to be maintained. So when I say humor, please be judicious when you're using your humor. And of course, sharing of personal experiences does make a difference. But placing strategic questions and repeating some of the important points, that would definitely improve the online interactions between the facilitator and the learner. Quote, true teachers are those who help us think for ourselves, unquote. So you just see these things. Again, I'm saying this blended learning, the approach is since ages. Even when we had the most primitive methods of teaching learning, ladies and gentlemen, or if it was known only as teaching, that time when we were students, we never said teaching learning. There were teachers, there were students. And whatever the teacher has to tell in that particular session has to be accepted. Students had very little scope for thinking, lateral thinking. Here, so look at that time, look at the scope. True teachers are those who help us think for ourselves. Now, what is this? There's so much hidden in this particular statement, and that is now actually being implemented. And again, the concept of student engagement, appropriate, judicious student engagement with a data-driven culture, with the role of the facilitator getting doubled up, even though there is a paradigm shift of ownership of learning from the facilitator to the learner, and provide an appropriate and effective feedback, which is of immense importance. Because what the students usually complain is there is no feedback, and if it is a feedback, it's not effective. And what can you do when you want to make it an effective feedback? And that's why we need to have a modified sandwich approach, wherein again, let the focus be on what the student is telling you. So first ask, let the student speak first. Then you tell, and again ask. So that ask, tell, ask approach, a modified sandwich approach, wherein the student himself participates in the feedback process, that would be an effective feedback. And the facilitator, the role of the teacher is immense importance when you are obtaining a feedback. It has to be an effective feedback. First, let the student comment, then you give your opinion, and again allow some space for the student to speak. So let the conversation end with the student's words. Let the student participate. That would be an effective feedback, ladies and gentlemen. And when you talk of the role of the learner, let's switch over that paradigm shift. And we said, yes, there are greater responsibilities now given to the student, but are all learners capable of making their own decisions? Will the autonomy that is given be used in the right manner? Do they know enough to select their own assignment spreads? These are the questions that need to be answered. And here I have introduced one more word, because till now I was using student engagement. Now I have talked of the word of autonomy. And here I've said, will it be used in the right manner? So again, it is a, so see this, though I'm talking of the role of teacher first, then the role of the student, since it's a chronological process, but it's intermingled. Everything goes hand in hand.
It got stuck only for me, or
No, I think his network is.
yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, he's back. Good.
Yeah, just a minute. Just a minute. I have to. Yes, it's about using the autonomy judiciously, graded autonomy, imbibing the value of self-advocacy. That means the need to be self-driven and responsible, tracking the individual achievements from time to time. Again, the role in hand along with the facilitators. cultivating an element of interest and staying focused through the exploration, the various facets of even research at times. Data-driven approach, a research-driven approach, area for critical thinking, which they can really make the best use of the lateral thinking modalities which have been made available to them, the platter which is available to them. We talk of providing periodic feedbacks from the facilitator to the learner, but it is the duty of the student, the learner also, to give appropriate feedback to the facilitator to make the process more meaningful. He or she can improve one's learning pace, but then again, with the help of the facilitator. But they should understand, because and that is possible if they can control their own learning pace, because whatever objectives are given in the first session, if 3 objectives are given, there may be some learners who are, for them, those 3 objectives also may be too much. So again, the data which is being captured, identifying the disengaging students, and that's going to help. So again, it's a mutual process, but the students themselves can own up and identify their own deficiencies. And ultimately, if you have to make any program successful, it's about good accountability. Accountability, of course, though I've put it under the role of the student, but then of course for the facilitator as well. So for both, to make again the program more successful, accountability for the facilitator as well as the learner. And what is the most important thing that the students would understand is the importance of teamwork, ladies and gentlemen. Together, everyone achieves more. So the teamwork approach is extremely important. So to conclude, ladies and gentlemen, when you talk of a blended approach, blended learning, the role of a teacher, role of a student, it's about collaborative learning and the element of digital literacy. There's a paradigm shift of ownership of learning from the facilitator to the learner, but the role of the facilitator is now doubled up. There is definitely increase in the self-efficacy. It's definitely a flexible approach, mode of teaching learning. There is definitely a lot of room, lot of space for critical thinking for our prime stakeholders. And if at all you have to cultivate, if you have to foster an element of self-directed learning in the teaching learning curriculum, then blended learning is here to stay, is here to be nurtured in the entire education process. And as the father of the nation has said, be the change you wish to see in the world. It's up to us. It's left to us now. The National Education Policy 2020 is here. So much to be done in the health profession, health science profession education. And let's see how we are going to do it with this particular blended learning approach. Again, a quote: let us never consider ourselves finished nurses. We must be learning all of our lives. So whether it is blended learning, whether it is didactic lectures, whatever it is, we all are going to be lifelong learners. And we all are health science profession educators, ladies and gentlemen. And let's do it that way. Let us take up the responsibility, because our roles are doubled up, to promote active, judicious student engagement, giving them a graded autonomy. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your patient hearing.
Thank you so much. First of all, big round of applause to you for a passionate lecture for these exactly 45 minutes which were given to you. So that you are showcasing that, yes, well-planned session and how important it is to plan it in a way that it covers all objectives. So that's the first impression with your presentation. And wonderful slides. I must say that how you have utilized these 45 minutes is really incredible. And I'm attending a session. I'm a scholar right now, like it's also like a favor only for nurses. It is global leadership course, which we are attending, and it is on online. So I could see whatever you were presenting correlated with that how they are doing. So they are infusing critical thinking. They are utilizing the opportunities for interaction, even though it is blended learning mode, but they are trying to do it whatever you have presented. And I must appreciate that the role which you have highlighted of the facilitator, that it is the double responsibility with which you have presented and you have given the example to others that yes, it is to be done this way. And the metacognition skills is another important message you have given in your presentation, and judicious use of the humor, the techniques, not much of technology, but judiciously it is to be used, and students' engagement, data-driven culture, and this modified sandwich approach. Yes, of course, we need to use that. And from knowledge provider to mentor, and we have to relinquish those powers which we were holding. No, I can only speak, you can't speak. That kind of thing is very, very important. And also this resources, which yes, of course the administration has to provide the resources to put it into practice. And I'm sure that those more than 200 people are attending this program. It's a large number, and I must congratulate the principal and the honorable vice chancellor for getting so many people, and everyone was attending it very, very full concentration, with full concentration. And you have quoted so many examples from our history also, and correlating it with this. And thank you for clearing that myth. Most of the people are having that it is just inclusion of the technology. It's not so. It is in fact more difficult to do it in blended mode than face to face, of course. So these are the takeaway points from your presentation, which I have just summarized. We have in chat box one question which I read, and it says that the participant is asking, is Bloom's taxonomy of educational objectives will be achieved through this blended learning? So they are asking because Bloom's taxonomy says that cognitive, affective, and psychomotor domain is to be achieved through this. So they are asking, is it possible to achieve this through blended learning? So over to you for this question. And if any more questions are there, please put in chat.
Yes. Very, very apt question by the esteemed delegate. That's what exactly I told you. There were two things which I said: promote online interactions, and I said promote student engagement at plan sessions and the offline sessions. So at the start itself, I told you one topic in its entirety can be, you should understand which are the ones which will be covered up with a didactic component, with a role play being shown or a video clip being shown, and the affective domain, ladies and gentlemen, come what may, you show any video clip or anything, till you have an actual face-to-face patient interaction, there is no substitute for bedside teaching learning. That's the bottom line. So when you say blended learning, again, it's very important. Clinical cases, clinical interaction, bedside teaching. In fact, there is a separate topic, the disappearing art of bedside medicine. So when you talk of nursing education, health science profession education, unless and until they actually start interacting with the patients. In our field, in the medical field, I may take a didactic component, I may outline the objectives for the components of an informed consent. I may give them a short note on informed consent, but unless and until they have actually administered the consent, understood the process of affective domain, understood the process, you know, the way you have to confront a mob of relatives actually happening in the ward, then I think the session will not be effective. So we must understand that among those, so the Bloom's taxonomy, the answer is Bloom's taxonomy will be followed, has to be followed. That's why your objectives have to be well crafted at the start itself. Know what is component in the cognitive, what is affective, and what is psychomotor in that particular thing. And then only, suppose if I have to teach them amputation, the types of amputation, the definition of amputation, the indication for amputation comes in the cognitive. Actually telling the techniques of that various flap and that close comes in the psychomotor. But what is the most important thing to be done in the ward? That is the obtaining the consent for amputation. So those will be followed, and I'll go one step ahead to tell you that the Miller's pyramid will also be followed when you talk of blended learning. So it's not only Bloom's taxonomy, but the Miller's pyramid for the assessment will also be followed when you use a blended learning approach. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much for a wonderful answer. Somebody has asked, can you suggest some e-resources for this? And also, apart from these two questions, the most of the chat box information, I want to give it to you also, that people are saying that very informative session, excellent session, then encouraging, impressive, outstanding. These are the adjectives used by people in chat box for your presentation. So I rightly summarized in the beginning itself these words. So I got these words from the chat.
My contact details are available with the MGM Institute of Health Sciences, and people can definitely be in touch with me. But I will accept these adjectives only when I know that, you know, some projects have been formulated related to this, or the delegates, please give a feedback, you know, to MGM Institute of Health Sciences regarding how this has, you know, stimulated you to implement the blended learning in your respective institutions. How this MGM Institute of Health Sciences has created such a valuable impact in your teaching learning process, in your organizational culture. I think that will give a lot of pleasure to Dalvi sir and Madam Prabha Dasila. When they come to know that, yes, MGM has created such a wonderful impact in the organization, respective organization, I think that is going to be of extreme importance. And then I'll also be happy when I come to know of it.
Yeah, very true, very true. And I look forward to this, that lot of implementation from your presentation. And it was pleasure attending your presentation. And thank you so much again to Dr. Prabha and Honorable Vice Chancellor for giving me this opportunity. So nice meeting you all. I think my job is over here. And
even my job is over. Madam Dasila, please allow me to log out.
Yeah. DC sir would like to say anything, sir?
Yes, as Dr. Manju Chugani madam have given very apt comment, that is the role model that Dr. Dubhashi himself has presented in front of us, particularly for this particular session that you have very nicely summarized. And only the thing is that these online platforms which are available and how those are assessing their learning that they are giving on those particular platforms. So similar methods, whether we have to use when we are adopting the blended learning and online platforms in our educational classroom and the teaching process. So whether that is effective or not and all that. So that also can be thought of. He has already explained all those particular things, particularly in the various platforms and all that. So very nice, very happy to hear you. Right. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for always the constant source of encouragement. And Madam Dasila, thank you very much for inviting me for this particular program. Extremely happy to be part of it.
Thank you, Dr. Dubhashi. Actually, when we were planning this conference, at the planning stage, we thought no other person than you can do the justice on this particular topic, because we have seen you dealing with your students and how you present yourself as a teacher and how you encourage your students to be this. So that is how we selected you for this topic, and you have really done justice to the topic, and it was amazing session. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please permit me to log out.
Thank you, Dr. Manju Chugani, madam. Thank you very much.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you, Dalvi sir. Thank you very much. Please permit me to log out. Thank you.
Yeah, me too.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Thank you, Vice Chancellor, sir, Dr. Siddharth Dubhashi and Dr. Manju Chugani. Thank you so much. Now we proceed to the third and last session of the day on models and types of blended learning, chaired by Professor Rosama Tommy. Professor Rosama Tommy is currently Professor and Principal in MGM College of Nursing and also MGM Florence Nightingale Institute of Nursing Education, Vashi. She has a professional experience of more than 24 years and also a proud alumni of Christian Medical College, Vellore and College of Nursing, SNDT Women's University, Mumbai. She is also an examiner and paper setter for both undergraduate and postgraduate nursing examinations. She is an approved PG guide. She is also a member of Board of Studies, MGM IHS. She is member of active professional bodies like Trained Nurses Association of India, Nursing Research Society of India, and Critical Care Nurses Society. She has participated in various workshops, seminars, and conferences. Currently, she plays an active role as an administrator. We welcome you and over to you, Mrs. Rosa Matwami.
Thank you, Mrs. Pagancia. A very good morning to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Shashank Delvi sir, our MGM, NBCO and Principal Dr. Prabhakar Desila, all the dignitaries, as well as the participants. Before moving on to my responsibility, I would like to thank the organizers, especially Dr. Prabhakar Desila Madam, for giving me this opportunity to be part of this e-conference. Blended learning, also known as hybrid learning, is an opportunity to education that combines online education materials and opportunities for interaction online with traditional place-based classroom methods. As we have already listened and received ideas regarding blended learning, concepts and the role of teacher and learner, now we'll be moving on to our third session of this e-conference on models and types of blended learning. This session will be taken by an eminent medical academician, Dr. Anish Bashir. Dr. Anish Bashir is currently working as Professor of Internal Medicine at DM Wayanad Institute of Medical Sciences, Wayanad, Kerala. He is an alumnus of Government Medical College, Trivandrum, JIPMER, Pondicherry, as well as he has done his FAMA fellowship in medical education at Regional Institute, PSC, Coimbatore in 2020. In addition to this, he has done courses such as Medical Education Technology at National Teacher Training Center, Basic Course in Medical Education at PIMS, Puducherry, Revised Basic Course in Medical Education at ATCOM, JIPMO, and also he has done Advanced Course in Medical Education at SRMC, Chennai. Dr. Anish has got more than 13 years of UG and 6 years of PG teaching experience. He is a coherent member and works on coherent systemic reviews. He is even an associate editor of Asian Journal of Medical Sciences and the Journal of Current Research in Scientific Medicine. He has got more than 60 publications and 203 citations to his credit. He has various ongoing research projects under him and guides UG and PG students. He is an expert reviewer and member of various professional bodies. And also he is an expert in medical education technology. From the famous fellowship itself, we can come to know that. And we are fortunate and happy to have Dr. Anish Bashir with us. Hearty welcome to you, Dr. Anish, to lead us through this session. Over to you, Dr. Anish Bashir, to take us through the session of models and types of blended learning.
Welcome, Dr. Anish.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Prabha, ma'am. Thank you, Rosma, ma'am. Respected Vice Chancellor, Professor Prabha, Dr. Ponchitra, and my seniors and mentors at FAMER, colleagues, and participants, and all other dignitaries. It is indeed a pleasure to be talking at a conference like this on a very important topic, particularly in times of COVID. Last 2 years, we have understood what is the importance of out of the class teaching. So I think it is an apt topic at this stage. And this also brings back very fond memories of coming to your institute and delivering another talk just before, I think, the COVID started off like wildfire. So, and it was a very warm welcome that I received. But unfortunately, this had to be an online interaction. We would love to see you all again. Without any further delay, I think we will start this topic. So after the previous talks, I think now we have already understood the major crux of blended learning and what it means and all that. So I think the definitions and all that may not be that important at this stage. What I have been interested with is the task of elucidating a few points regarding the models of blended learning. There are a few theoretical concepts involved in this, but I will not delve too much into the hardcore theory of blended learning, because more than that, what we need to practice will be more important. So it will be briefly touching upon the names of the models that are commonly used and how they can be effectively utilized. The other point about this models is that many of these models or the terminologies used in blended learning have been derived from other educational streams, not strictly from the medical field or the nursing field. So some of these may not actually fit into what we are currently practicing or what we can actually incorporate into our daily teaching learning activities. In fact, blended learning had started as an alternative to the face-to-face interactions in schools in the West. So so most of the literature on blended learning also comes from high school literature as well as other professional educations. So rather than from the medical education point of view. But I will try to summarize what is known to us in this field as well. So this is a important headline that appeared in a newspaper in Indonesia towards the end of the first wave. Mixing online and offline classes in blended learning during COVID-19 pandemic, challenges and opportunities. Here you can see the kid being auscultated and then.
Please share your slides. We cannot see your slides.
Oh, sorry, extremely sorry. Yeah. Is it now visible?
Yeah, visible.
Thank you. So this is a headline that appeared in a prominent newspaper in Indonesia, which brought out a news of mixing online and offline classes during the pandemic in blended learning during COVID-19 pandemic, opportunities and challenges. You can see the child eager to attend the class and being screened for any infection and then being allowed to enter. So there is an important message or a quote from one of the students. We get more homework than learning materials, so we spend more time working on them. Sometimes we stay up until 11 p.m. to reach deadlines. So this is not a very unfamiliar scenario, and I think those who have kids going to school at home like me will actually know the pain of this. So this is indeed a reality, but I think blended learning is more than this. So if it is not implemented in the right way, I think it becomes a burden on both students and teachers. And I would see what happens to the teachers. Moving class online also creates an additional burden for teachers as they have to incorporate technology in their learning method, a skill not many people possess. So these are some of the issues associated. So I'm not starting on a negative note, but these are some of the issues associated with incorporation of blended online learning, probably because we are relying only on online learning. And that is why probably we also need blended learning. It is not like the face-to-face learning alone or blended or online learning alone that can solve these issues. So blended learning that way creates the best of both worlds, if we can say. So the best of face-to-face along with the best of what online education can offer. So that should be probably the aim of blended learning. Now, from a evidence-based point of view, is there enough literature to say that blended learning works? So again, I have already told you that in medical education, there is comparatively less literature regarding the blended learning. like in terms of hardcore literature, you have a lot of narratives and other write-ups, but true empirical research. But whatever I could find out was actually positive and encouraging. So this is a systematic review and meta-analysis of several studies that were done comparing traditional learning with blended learning. And this may be a bit scary to see, but fortunately, you don't have to worry about all that. All that is important is the bottom part where I am just showing this dot, this diamond. So overall, when all these studies were compared, what was found is that there is a favorable effect of online blended learning compared to traditional learning on learning outcomes. So the outcomes used by these different people were different. So there is a lot of variability in what was assessed as a successful learning. So that is something to be discussed elsewhere. So in overall, what we have is that evidence also shows that blended learning actually works compared to traditional learning. So that is why we are now discussing about this as well. Now, blended learning can be used in three different kind of ways. One is you incorporate online learning as a preparation for face-to-face learning. So you have a class with students, let us say next week in the lecture theatre, and there will be an online component of the students having to complete a task or look up something and an assignment, probably to be completed in this coming week before the class starts, and then they come to the class. That is one way. The second is online learning as a follow-up after the face-to-face learning. So your actual physical class or face-to-face class is over. You have given them adequate instructions during that class, and then they have to go back and spend time on online assignments and activities. And finally, you can have online learning during the offline or face-to-face sessions itself. So these are the three ways in which blended learning can be incorporated in our teaching learning environment. So, and the models also fit into one of these three particular strategies. So as you can easily understand, the first and second, probably many of us have been using it at least in some point of our teaching careers. But these may not be strictly termed as blended learning. So if you just ask somebody to look up on the internet a small topic and come back, it may not actually qualify for an online as a blended learning. But we have been doing this consciously or unconsciously for quite a bit of time. Now, coming to the terminologies involved in models of blended learning, there are two kind of classifications that are being followed. One classifies models into 6 types. One is the face-to-face driver model, rotational model, the flex model, online labs, online driver, and self-blend. Now, we need not really worry about these names too much as long as we understand what they mean. The more accepted ones are actually these 4. In fact, some of these will finally be incorporated into all these 4. So our discussion will center mostly around these 4 models, which are most widely used. And again, as I said, these are, if you look into any of these medical education materials, you might not find these exact names for these models because it is predominantly borrowed from other streams. So rotational model, the flex model, a la carte model, which is also similar to this self-blend model, which was previously known as the self-blend model, and this enriched virtual model. Okay, fine. Now, this is a overview of learning and how blended learning can be classified. So at one end of the spectrum, you have face-to-face learning. That is this is also known as the brick and mortar learning. Means it intends to show you that it is a physical space. It occurs in a classroom. It occurs in a demonstration room or something like that. So there you have traditional instruction like your didactic lectures or didactic teaching or the teacher directly giving instructions to the students. Or you have something called technology-rich instruction, which is not just didactic lecturing, but incorporation of technology into instructions. Like it may involve the use of interactive cards, or it may involve some quizzes. So all those kind of, so that is technology rich instruction, but still all the learning happens within that physical space or the four walls of the classroom. And on the other hand, you have completely online learning, where you can have either an informal online learning, which is like you have you just ask students to check up the internet to find out some doubts, or create small WhatsApp groups and do some informal discussions and all that. Or it could be a full-time online learning as a complete online curriculum. So this is one end of the spectrum. This is the other end of the spectrum. And then you have blended learning, which incorporates like different proportions of face-to-face and online learning. So, and under blended learning, the four important models that I have just told you, one is the rotation model, then the flex model, the a la carte model, and the enriched model, enriched virtual model. The rotation model is further subdivided into four other models, which we will just see. And I think among this, the flipped classroom model, most of us would have at least heard of this term. So this is quite familiar to some of us. Now, although this is in an older terminology and not like very much relevant, it is a very good model to know of. So that is why I've incorporated what this face-to-face driver model. This face-to-face driver model is nothing but a case-by-case introduction of blended learning. So if you have a class of 25 students, or let us say 50 students, all 50 students will not experience blended learning. There will be a few selected students who will be involved in blended learning. So within a class of 50 or 100, you will only give blended learning to a specific group of students, selected students. That is called the face-to-face driver model. So this is, therefore it is need and speed based. So you decide who need this kind of blended learning and which are the people. Like speed means those who are either high achievers or who achieve your objectives earlier, or who are taking more time to achieve the learning outcomes. So depending on that, so need and speed based blended learning. So this picture aptly describes that. So in the same class, you have students who are listening to the teacher giving direct didactic instructions. There are students working on different assignments at different areas. So this may not be very logistically feasible within let us say a class of 100, 150 and all like that we have. So but when we have smaller groups, I think this is one good method to try out. And especially when you have extreme learners in your class, like there is a group of slow learners, there is also a group of high achievers. So this can be used to target these two groups of learners. But the majority of learning occurs on offline in the classroom, and you target only the slow learners to achieve, to give them additional impetus, or you target the high achievers so that they can go beyond the basics and they don't get bored. Otherwise, what happens is high achievers already know what you are teaching to the common class, so they can easily be distracted and go off track. They may not be motivated enough. So you can pick them and give them online assignments and online activities during the class. So this is one very interesting kind of model that we can consider when our groups are small, particularly useful for high achievers to challenge them to do more. So some prerequisites that is required is that in the physical classroom setting, you will need additional digital resources. So that is why I said it may not be feasible in the large classroom settings. You may need handheld devices. It can be a simple smartphone, or it can be tablets, or it can be desktops if you have lesser number of students at particular areas of the classroom. Or some students may be asked to listen to something and then write up or come back and discuss. So you may need headphones so that other students are not disturbed. And you will obviously need software depending on what kind of activities you are planning. So these are some of the additionalities or extra logistics that you might require if you are thinking of implementing a face-to-face driver model of blended learning in the class. And you will also need to identify who are those students who need these supplementary resources. So you are only targeting those people for, or those students for your blended learning. and whether this need is across disciplines or within the discipline. So if you want to implement this blended learning for a group of students only for a particular subject, or you think that they will benefit by doing it across disciplines, in that case you can include more students and more teachers, as well as more disciplines can be incorporated, and identify the appropriate tool, as I have already told, and you will need find time for providing the resources. So it could be, most probably will happen within the class, and some of it can also happen outside of the class. Now going to the 4 major models, the main model is rotation model. Now as the name suggests, here this model, again the previous model as well as this rotation model, is predominantly decided or determined by the teacher. Okay, it is decided by the teacher, and here the teacher decides how much time is spent on face-to-face interaction and how much time is spent in online blended learning. So although the teacher decides this, there is a structured format for different learning stations. So there will be different learning stations, different types of instructions will be there. So there will be sometimes activity, there will be an online session, there will be a didactic lecture. So these will all occur as stations, different stations, and each will have different educational content. So that is called a rotation model. This schematic will help you understand this better. So you will have a group of students who will be rotating through several stations. So these stations may be within the same class, or it could be located in different classrooms, or it could be in 2 or 3 classrooms and in an online lab or at home. So it can be different areas. So what they do is, one group may be undergoing small group discussion or small group instructions where there is a didactic offline face-to-face interaction with the teacher. Then they move on to a station where there is a small group work. Then there will be a project that is going on, collaborative project, and then there will be an online session. So all students will actually go through all of these sessions. So in a way, if you think of some of our medical education programs or this thing, it could be a modification of this. So you have a large group discussion initially, but here it is a small group. In an actual rotation model, it is a small group instruction that is happening for a group of students. So if you think of some of our small group sessions, so then the group breaks into further activities, isn't it? We give the participants small group activities, then they come back, they discuss it with others. Then in the evening, you also give them some learning activities online. So these kind of activities go on. So this is called a rotational model. And here the thing is that at least one of these stations should be an online learning model. Then only you can call it a blended learning. So that is why, so you can have any number of stations, and each station will have a different educational content, a different tool, a different activity that is going on, and one of them will be or must be an online activity. So this is a rotational model. So in rotation model, the students will rotate on a predetermined basis. So it is not random. You cannot just decide on that particular day that I will rotate students across these 4 activities. So it is not possible that way. So it has to be a carefully planned, predetermined rotation of students from one delivery method to the another. So there may be a lecture, there may be a group activity, there may be a project that has to be done, and then the students come to an online session where they submit their assignments. They may have to see videos, and they may have to upload certain assignments, so all that. So this is how it has to happen. Now, how to plan? You have to identify the digital tools the student can use. That is why I said you cannot do it ad hoc. You cannot do it suddenly on one particular day. You decide that we will do a rotational blended model. So you have to identify priorly what all digital tools that any student will be able to use. Because in this case, all students will have to go through all these stations. So they must be, the tools must be such that every student will be able to use them. Then create activities that cater to different learning styles. So that is also important, because again, it is same. It is the teacher who is deciding on all the stations. And so all students will have to go through all the rotations, and you have to plan activities that target learners with different learning styles. So some may be visual learners, some may be auditory learners, some may have kinesthetic talents. So you have to target learners and create activities that will involve all these kind of styles. Then stations must be such that one station will fill the gap or knowledge that another station does not give. So there can be overlaps, but there should not be exclusions. So whatever topic or objective you want to fill in that particular session, you must ensure that all the stations together will provide that particular knowledge and skill. Now, under this rotational model, I said there are 4 models. One is called the station model. Now, in station rotation, you can have it in one particular classroom or a group of classrooms. You will have to have physical space, in a physical space. So here, they will rotate through all the individual stations, not as an individual, but as group of students. That is station rotation. Now you have lab rotation. As the name suggests, there will be different labs that are involved in this. So there is subject will be taught within the classroom, and then the students may undertake the online session in an online lab or a computer lab or a skills lab. So there is a separate lab involved. Flipped classroom is what most of us are very familiar with and is gaining a lot of momentum. So here students will participate in online activities not within the class. It happens outside of the class. So it is totally not physical. So the online component happens totally outside of the class. It could occur in most of the scenarios, it occurs before the actual physical class. So they are given a specific portion to be covered or to be looked up, and an assignment or a submission that has to be done before the class, physical class, and then they come to the class where there is a physical interaction within the classroom. So there will be a teacher guided, like Dr. Dubashi said, there will be a facilitator role of the teacher within the classroom rather than an instructional role. And the other thing you should remember is that flipped classroom is not similar to giving homework for students and then discussing that in the physical class. So it has to be really some online activities that create interest in students, have engage the students and ask them to do something new. So it cannot be just giving homeworks to be done online and submitting it. That is not flipped classroom. And then finally, you have individual rotation. Individual rotation is the individual has his own. Each student is given a particular set of things to be done. So it is not as a group. So the student actually has, it is like a playlist in our audio. So he has to complete all those and then finish his rotation. So that is but the teacher only schedules the rotation. So in a rotational model, the most important thing to be remembered is that rotations are there, but the rotations are determined by the students, by the teachers. It is predominantly a teacher-driven model. Now the flex model. In flex model, it is unlike the rotation model, which we said predominantly it is within the classroom. Here it is predominantly an online or digital content that is happening. Face-to-face support only is there. So there is very little of face-to-face activities only for a supporting role, but online content or digital content is predominant. And you will need comprehensive digitalization of the curriculum. So there is more effort needed from the administrative and educational department side to make the curriculum digitalized. You have to decide which all aspects of the curriculum will go completely digital and which all will need support face-to-face. So that involves a lot of planning and effort. One example is the digital universities. So they will have entirely digital curricula which are supported face-to-face by teachers as and when required. So that is the importance of the flex model. But again, you remember that online learning is the backbone of learning in flex model, unlike the rotation model where you have offline or physical class is the mainstay with lot of rotations. But here it is the online model, which online component, which is the backbone of learning. And even the online, the off-site activities, that is the physical classes also are actually directed by the online mechanism. So online, you will get your alerts, you will be instructed to attend your physical classes. Everything will happen through the online mode. And so here there is more of student flexibility. So it is not entirely controlled by the teacher. So although there is a pre-planned curriculum, but the student has a lot of flexibility in moving from one course content to the other, and scheduling of online modalities and all that. So it's more fluid. Only thing is that there is a teacher on record. It's called a teacher on record, which is available on the site. So they can attend those classes as and when required, and on a need basis as and when required. So that can be in the form of a small group teaching or group projects, or through even individual one-to-one training as and when the students require. So you can understand the amount of work that is needed to plan this kind of a model. So for the same reason, this may not be very practical in some of these places which have infrastructure issues or logistic issues and all that. So it needs a lot of investment as well. The other thing is, so there may be also online teaching which goes on. Offline will be not on a daily basis. So it is, like I said, only on a need-based basis. So there will be a lot of online self-paced learning going on, which is the backbone. And in between, there will be your offline sessions, which can either be collaborative learning. Even this collaborative learning can happen through online mode, which can be synchronous as well as asynchronous, means all of the learners come together as a group at the same time, or they can keep on posting their comments, contents and all, so that people can read it at different times. So synchronous or asynchronous. Or there can be personalized interventions where the students either individually or as small groups are again taught by or instructed by teachers as and when the need arises. So this is the nutshell of the flex model. So to set up a flex model, you will need this is what I was saying, a reliable online system. It should be very versatile and good. So that should be there. Make sure all materials are predetermined. So again, the curriculum planning has to be very meticulous, and decide if it is teacher directed or student directed. So which part of the curriculum will be teacher directed, which part is student directed, as well as what all parts of the curriculum can be student directed, and all those have to be predefined earlier. And again, you need to create physical spaces for collaborative learning and self-study, either within the campus or if it is according to the student's wish at home. Now you have self-blend model or the a la carte model, previously known as the a la carte self-blend model. Now it is also known as the a la carte model. So again, the a la carte model is aimed predominantly at students who want classes outside their regular curriculum. So as you can understand, the term a la carte itself means like what you want, isn't it? So students who want additional classes outside the regular curriculum is what this a la carte targets. So they can either take a course, a small course, a portion of a course, or an entire course they can take, which is outside of their regular curriculum. That is the importance of a la carte. It is not the usual curriculum, unlike the flex model. In the flex model also, it is totally, most of it is online, but it is within their prescribed curriculum. But here the student takes courses or classes outside of the regular curriculum. Okay, so at the same time, they also can continue whatever other modality of teaching learning is going on. They may be attending a physical school, or they may be attending another blended learning experience. So at the same time, they also undergo classes outside of their regular curriculum through the a la carte model. Now, there is another model which is called virtual enriched model, which we will discuss later. It is there are some similarities between the two, but there is some subtle differences also. So here the important thing is, for this model, the students must be self-motivated. So only those people will actually be fitting into this model, because they actually want to do courses which are not there in the regular curriculum. A typical example is like some of the online courses that faculty do outside of their interest or apart from the regular teaching. Now, enriched virtual model, it is entirely online delivery. Almost, you can say 99% of the content delivery occurs online, almost. And the supervision by teachers also occurs mostly by online methods. So they come online on platforms, or there are recorded videos. So unlike the flex model, which is also predominantly online there, but you also have a lot of physical interactions happening in between as and when required. In the enriched virtual model, it is predominantly online with supervision only by teachers, again as and when required, but even the supervision happens through online models most of the time. Now, this is a useful model when institutions may not have enough qualified teachers. One advantage of using this, but the other flip side of it is that you will need a lot of technology investment in this case. And another advantage of using is, suppose you don't have enough physical space, then again this is this model is an advantage because you need very little physical space because the activities are predominantly online. Okay, and you can, this model is very good for students who need a flexible learning schedule. Particularly in our setup, this must be very less, but in the West, there are students who also work for a living and then they also learn. So the students who need a flexible learning schedule, this enriched virtual model is a very good fit for them. Okay, so the difference between this and this full-time online learning is that this is not this virtual model is like a whole online experience. It is like an online school happening, but it can be controlled by the student at his own pace, at his flexibility, schedule, everything can be done, and there can also be supervision by the teachers. Problem is that most of the time it can become expensive because you need a lot of investment in terms of the online platforms that you use. It must be good, it must be versatile. So that is the problem with enriched virtual model. Now, this online model works best when you have a lot of students who are involved in remote and distance learning. So this is something that can be conceived of or thought of during pandemic situations like this, where you have to have almost entire learning happening through online mode. Okay, so you will need teachers who cannot meet in person often, students looking for independence in college preparations, and students who have physical impairments of not being able to come to class regularly and all that. So these are the situations where the enriched virtual or online driver model works best. Now, before winding up, although merits and demerits might have been touched upon previously, or it might come up in the future sessions also, just thought of mentioning a few here. As we have already seen in one of the initial slides that I showed, studies have shown that there is some benefit in terms of improved learning outcomes using blended learning. Obviously, because you are combining the good aspects of both face-to-face interaction or face-to-face learning as well as online learning. Second thing is flexibility. This is probably the most important thing that should actually happen out of blended learning. So if you make it too structured and too rigid, then students will consider it again as another classroom or as another chore to be finished, rather than an enjoyable, engaging experience. So when we plan a blended learning session, it should be as flexible as possible from both students and teachers' point of view. So without flexibility, I think the charm as well as the convenience of blended learning is lost. So this is something that we need to keep in mind while planning for blended learning. Then cost effectiveness, of course, because you can, like I said, both online as well. If you go completely online, you have cost issues and a lot of expense is involved, as well as technological support. If you go completely brick and mortar, you will need investment in terms of physical space, teachers, manpower, and so many other issues. So by blending the two in proportions, you can make it cost effective as well. And customized courses. So it depends. So if your university or your institute wants to have some special courses or customized courses which students feel, or based on their feedback, which is not regularly covered in the curriculum, you can put it up as blended learning program. So that will be of use for students to take it up as and when they have free time. Now the demerits, of course, one is access issues, which all of us have been witness to during this pandemic. There are problems with internet connectivity issues. So although some of the online learning or the blended learning can occur without connectivity, but still most of them work best when there is a good internet connection and online access. So there is a lot of issues related to that. Again, students may vary, students as well as teachers may vary in their tech savviness and logistic comfortable zones. So that is an issue. Credibility, again, so it depends. So the content that is posted online, what students look up online, and then how it is being monitored. So that is a real issue. So these can be only identified when there is a constant feedback and interaction with the teachers. So if you leave it completely or near totally online, then that can have an impact on the credibility of content posted and being learned. Now, how to choose which model that you will need to apply? One is to identify the learning needs. So again, so if you feel in your class there are a few students who are low achievers or slow learners, and you have some who are high achievers, so maybe you can try using your face-to-face driver model. Okay, so you can at least make an attempt. And probably bring them under the ambit of blended learning. Or so analyzing the audience is very important and finding out what is their requirement and deciding on the training schedule. So it depends on the time available, whether you want to do it within the class hours or within outside of hours. So that will determine again what kind of model you want to use. So if you want to use it only within the training hours, within the class hours, then probably you will have to go for a flex model. But if you have the convenience of using it outside of hours, then probably you can use even other models, the a la carte model and enriched online models, etc. And the complexity of content. So if the content is too complicated and your learners are not at the level of comfort with the content, then you may need more of physical interaction and less of online content. Okay, so that is for the teachers to decide. So depending on that, you will have to make a mix of both the worlds. So this is just a summary of when to use which kind of model. Rotational model, where you need hands-on practice. So especially if there are skills involved, like you need to teach them intramuscular or an IV, all those kind of things are there. So there, I think a rotational model is very good because you can plan your schedule, rigid schedules. There will be a small instruction followed by there is a hands-on session later. Then there is some activity to be completed and followed by an online experience where they see a video. They also upload some videos of them performing all those kind of activities. So that is a very good thing to do when learners need hands-on practice. And when the training schedule is tight, like your university or you are supposed to complete a particular session within a given time frame. Flex model, when the learners are spread across various locations, there is a flexible training schedule. And but here the problem is there is a lot of customization required and personalized intervention. So that is the problem with flex model. The enriched virtual model, again, it is primarily online with a mandatory classroom training included in some of the models. So this is very good when very few instructors are available and probably all your learners are unable to attend classes. So this is probably very suited during the pandemic situation and all that, enriched virtual model. And the a la carte model is especially when you have a lot of self-motivated learners who are interested in learning a lot of things outside of the curriculum. So it is a supplement to classroom training, and it is not what is actually taught in the curriculum, something different from the curriculum that they are interested to learn or you want them to learn. So to summarize, the four basic models, the rotational model, the flex model, the a la carte model, and the enriched virtual model. Names may be difficult to remember, but I think it doesn't really matter. And for us to implement, I think we only need to know that depending on our learners and resources available, we need to make a proper mix of online and offline learning. So the blend has to be proper, that's all. And the blend has to suit us. So it varies from rigid structure to highly flexible types. So it depends on what kind of an institution you are working in, what kind of a curriculum framework you are working in. And depending on that, you can make your own blend. So plan ahead depending on the audience, the subjects that you need to teach and the feasibility. and always be open to innovative blending. So I think rather than understanding the theoretical concept of these models, my take home message from this presentation would be that understand that understand the topic, and then based on that decide what blend of or what mix of offline and online teaching is required to attain this particular learning outcome. And you and your students are the ultimate people who can decide that. So with those words, I end my talk. Thank you for this opportunity once again.
Thank you, Dr. Bashir, for enlightening with us, enlightening us with a very knowledgeable information regarding the different methods of, as well as even how to select the models of the blended teaching. It was really amazing section. It was very informative. Means actually, even though we are started using blended learning in our day-to-day classroom teaching and all, but all these various models, it was not very knowledgeable for us. You have taken us in a detailed way regarding the different means the minute means details, you can say. You have used different clear slides, as well as with that you could explain it. It was very nice, and even you have explained to us regarding the different prerequisites, as well as the merits, demerits, and how to choose the right model. It was really wonderful session. Thank you very much for sharing your valuable knowledge with us. And I think this is really very useful for the nursing fraternity, because the medical education technology, we are literally means incorporating in our syllabus, as well as because of the means the present pandemic situation, very elaborately we'll be using all this. So on part of the organizers, on behalf of the organizers as well as the participants, I thank you very much for the enriching session. As well as I think I have seen one question in the chat box, that was what should be the minimum number of participants in the group rotation model? That's been put up by, I think, Prabha madam. Yes.
Thank you, ma'am, for the nice words. Yes, Prabha ma'am, there is strictly no number defined for the rotational model, but as you can see from what I presented, these are all meant for smaller groups in general, because they need to rotate them across different stations and to give them instructions. So it should be feasible enough for the instructor to handle. So generally, when we say a small group, it means anywhere less than 30. So anything beyond that becomes too difficult to handle for a for a single instructor. But if you have multiple people, then probably you can even go up to 50 or something. But it depends on how much you have, how many instructors you have, and the space available for you to rotate them. So if your single station is divided into 2 or 3 different substations where you can handle even more people, then it can be even larger group of people, larger group of students. So otherwise, if it is a single room with or a small single rooms, then probably it is 30 should be the maximum. Anything more than that will become too cumbersome to handle.
Okay, it is similar to OSCE stations, what we make like that. It
yeah.
In
But
OSCE, we are having individual students, but this may be a group.
There will be groups. There will be groups, and each station will have something for them to do, as well as for an instructor to show them also. And there will be there should be a station with online activity, some kind of an activity. So that station can be either within your classroom, or you can ask them to have it at their homes also. But there should be some solid activity online.
Okay, from all these models, I like the rotational model the most. I think that we can apply to our students, and it was nice.
Yes, ma'am. What you said is very correct. And because all the other models are predominantly for the Western kind of setups, where the students are in different locations and they are working also, and all those kind of things. But this is much more suited for the medical education kind of scenario.
Yeah, when you were explaining, I was thinking, why not I start immediately once because
True,
already
ma'am.
we
True,
are
ma'am.
having online.
Wonderful.
It was a wonderful session. All those you explained everything, but I like the rotational model the most.
Thank you,
You
ma'am.
very
Thank
much.
you. Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
I think no more questions, but as Madam had said, very elaborately you have spoken regarding the rotation model. Even the sub models also you have taken us, means we taken very detailed way. And actually means with this knowledge we can start practicing today itself. So thank you very much. And really means you had done a wonderful work. Means whatever the doubts which we were having, that also you could clear it. Thank you so much on behalf of the organizers as well as MGM IHS. Thank you once
Thank
again.
you. Thank you. It was a pleasure.
Thank you, Dr.
Forward to
Anish.
see you again.
Sure.
Thank you, Dr. Anish Bashir and Professor Rosama Chomi for the session. Herewith, we have
Thank you.
successfully completed the sessions of the day. Now it's time for paper and poster presentations. Presenters are requested to be available for any clarifications raised by the evaluators and the delegates. I'd like to introduce the evaluators of poster and paper presentations of We have three evaluators, Dr. Meera Achrekar, Deputy Nursing Superintendent at Trek Tata Memorial Center, Dr. Vaishali Jadhav, Professor and Principal, Bharati Vidyapeeth College of Nursing, Kargar, and Dr. Vaishali Mohite, Dean, Krishna Institute of Medical Sciences, Karad. So we have faculty category of paper presentation and faculty and student category in poster presentations. So I pass on to my colleague, Mrs. Preeti Banerjee, Assistant Professor, MGM New Bombay College of Nursing, to take the paper and poster presentations ahead.
Thank you for Kansia. Here we are heading towards the paper presentation first. So we'll start with code number P1. The participants are requested to be attentive during the presentation, video presentations, so that any queries can be solved immediately.
We cannot hear the video.
Low birth weight, infection, birth asphyxia, birth trauma, meconium aspiration. The cause account nearly 80% of death in this age group. Birth asphyxia is a condition that defines failure to initiate sustained respiration. When newborn come to new world, the transition from intrauterine life to extrauterine life requires successful cardiopulmonary change adapt to this zone. Birth asphyxia could be diagnosed with Apgar score or cardiopulmonary function alone, either when respiration rate less than 30 breaths per minute, or gasping, or heart rate less than 60 beats per minute. The neonatal resuscitation is a procedure done to manage birth asphyxia. For resource limited country, positive pressure ventilation is one of the most applied and neonatal death, 75% occur first week of life. Perinatal asphyxia is a common serious problem, and it significantly contributes to the both neonatal mortality as well as morbidity. The causes are 24% of neonatal death. It is one of the third largest cause of neonatal death. The next one, objectives. In their general objectives, to assess the status of implementation of helping baby breathe and to design alternate best way to improve service in public health facilities. Specific objectives, to assess the knowledge skill of neonatal resuscitation of healthcare provider working in delivery room. Second one, to assess assess the contextual factor that hamper the Helping Baby Breathe service implementation. Third one, to design alternate best way in which Helping Baby Breathe is effective implemented to save the life of expected newborn. The next one, methodology, study area you have conducted, Kafa, Benjmaji, Sekojone, SNL region, Southwest Ethiopia. Study design, first one, concurrent triangulation was employed. This design was prepared for the fact that the quantitative study design will generate evidence within the box of researcher thought. The next one, phenomenological study design was used to explore the study participant thought opinion towards contextual factor. Third one, cross-section study design is used to describe explanation of the research question. The next one, study participant for quantitative inquiry, healthcare provider working in the delivery room were included, and also partner of Helping Baby Breathe, medical director, delivery ward head, and midwives. For focus group discussion, frontline healthcare worker, postnatal mother were involved. The next one, sample size and sampling procedure. Sample size for the qualitative study, focus group discussion were considered until data saturation and key informants were going to be selected purposely. For quantitative design, since source of population was less than 100, survey was done. The next one, data collection procedure for phenomenological design, semi-structured direct participatory observation was carried out to assess the contextual factor of the healthcare provider. In-depth interview with stakeholder was used. For focus group discussion, we are also used with frontline worker and postnatal mother. For cross-section study design, interview was carried out with a standardized checklist tool. The next one, data analysis for interview and discussion where sound recorded along with the background information of the participant. Then we have used Atlas style software for the analysis of the qualitative study. For quantitative study, we have used SPSS 25 software for the data cleaning and data analysis. The next one, ethical clearance. We have taken ethical clearance from the Misanthropy University College of Health Science and also permission from the hospital, and we have taken oral consent from the participant. The next one, result, the socio-demographic characteristics of the respondent. In that age, 33% of the respondent age group between 25 to 30. The next one, gender, 67% of the respondent are female. The next one, profession, 56% of the respondent are midwifery. Then professional education level, 58% of the respondent, they have completed their diploma education. Professional experience in year, so 67% of the respondent are having below 5 years of experience. The next one, knowledge of the study participant toward neonatal resuscitation. 54% of the staffs having good knowledge about neonatal resuscitation, 46% having poor knowledge about neonatal resuscitation. The next one, skill for study participant toward neonatal resuscitation. 27% of the staffs having poor skill about the neonatal resuscitation, 73% of the staff having good skill about neonatal resuscitation. The next one, qualitative result, we have conducted focus group discussion. In that, participant says, I took neonatal procedure in my college time. Due that knowledge, I am resuscitating, but no, I am not up to the standard procedure. Then participant 2 says, some staffs are not serious about the neonatal procedure. One of friend not taking training, but she will perform better than those who took training, but in her hand, 2 babies were died. So participant 3 says, in our hospital, so we have brought many times agenda to the meeting about neonatal resuscitation training, but no one is serious about that one. And many babies were dying due to cold stress infection or unable to provide ventilation. Then list of challenges indicated by key informants coming from the health center, lack of training, lack of infrastructure, capacity of health center, lack of material supply. The third key informant says. The next one, discussion study shows that overall knowledge is skill of the study participants were inadequate regarding the health experience, gender. There are no significant differences of both skill and knowledge towards neonatal resuscitation. The next one, conclusion, knowledge and skill of the majority of the healthcare staff provided working on neonatal resuscitation is below the minimum expected level. Through the qualitative analysis, we have uncovered number of contextual factors such as gap in training on neonatal resuscitation, poor monitoring and evaluation, lack of material support, absence of focal person in the in charge of the neonatal resuscitation, gap in establishment of newborn corner, delay in coming from the first instance. Then some of the major activities performed in the project. Then these are the references. Thank you, one and all.
Any questions? As there is no questions in the chat box, so we can proceed with code number P2. Next presentation, code number P2.
I'm going to do one online paper presentation and my code number is P2.
First, statement of the problem. A descriptive study to assess the burden among family caregivers of mentally ill clients in the Dheeraj Hospital at Vadodara in a way to develop an information booklet. So before going deep into the research study, I would like to briefly explain about caregivers burden. So caregivers play an important role in management of all the chronic mental illness. They may be family members, friends, or relatives of the patient. Caregiving is a time-consuming responsibility, creating social, emotional, behavioral, and financial problems for the caregivers and cause various limitations on their personal life. The emotional impact of any psychiatric disorder on family or primary caregivers can vary from frustration, anxiety, fear, depression, and guilt to grief. Because caregiving is such an emotionally draining experience, caregivers have high rates of depression when compared to general population. Research on family caregivers of mentally ill clients has historically focused on negative aspects of caregiving, so often described as the caregiver's burden. Next, objectives of the study: to assess the level of burden of family caregivers of mentally ill client. Second is to find out the association between the level of burden of family caregivers and selected demographic variables. Then the hypothesis, research hypothesis H1, there is a significant association between the burden of the family caregivers of mentally ill clients with their selected demographic variables. Then next we move on to the methodology. First one is the research approach. The quantitative research approach was adopted in the study. Then regarding research design, a descriptive research design was adopted in the study. Setting, the present study was conducted in Dheeraj Hospital in Vadodara. Next is sample size and sampling technique. In the present study, the sample include family caregivers of many clients in Dheeraj Hospital at Vadodara. The sample for the present study was selected by a non-probability convenient sampling technique, and the sample size for this study is about 60 family caregivers. Then next is sampling criteria. The study had two criteria, namely inclusion and exclusion. In the inclusion, family caregivers, both male and female, who were willing to participate in the study, family caregivers who were present at the time of the study, family caregivers who can understand Gujarati and English. And in the exclusion, those who are professional health caregivers, those who are not caring the mentally ill clients. So next is the development of the tools. So in this study, there are two tools. Part one, that is the socio-demographic questionnaire, and which includes 11 characteristics of the samples. And in the part two, caregiver burden scale. It is a modified caregiver's burden assessment scale, which consisted of 30 items about how family caregivers feel when they are taking care of mentally ill clients, and it is used to assess the caregiver's burden level. So next is the content validity and reliability. Tool and blueprint were submitted to 9 experts. That includes 1 MD specialist psychiatry and 8 professors of psychiatric nursing. His AVA of 0.86 were found for modified caregivers burden assessment scale. The reliability of the tool was tested by using split half method. The reliability result was R is equal to 0.90. Hence, the tool was considered as reliable. Then the procedure for data collection. Formal permission was obtained from the concerned authorities. The data collection was done with 27th November 2013. Research investigator introduced herself to the caregivers and gave brief details about the purpose of the study. Each participant was given the consent form so as to ensure their confidence and was assured confidentiality of their responses. Then plan for the data analysis. In the study, descriptive and inferential statistics have been used. Frequency and percentage distribution were used to analyze the demographic data of caretakers. Then chi-square test was used to analyze the association between the burden of family caregivers with their selected demographic variables. And then the result, characteristics of the caregivers, distribution of the respondents in relation to sex revealed that 32 of respondents were females, were males, and 28 of them were females. In relation to the marital status shows majority of the subjects, 50 were married and the remaining 10 were unmarried. Regarding type of family, majority of the sample, 41 were belong to joint family and rest of them were belongs to nuclear family. Then overall burden score of family caregivers revealed that nearly 27 of subjects were belong to mild burden. Minority of categories 8 belongs to moderate burden. Remaining categories 9 belong to severe burden and 16 belongs to no burden. The findings of the first test state that there is no significant association between the level of burden of family caregivers and selected socio-demographic variables except gender, education status, duration of caregiving, and monthly expenditure for treatment. Then recommendation: on the basis of the study that had been conducted, certain suggestions are given for future studies. A long-term longitudinal study can be carried out to assess the burden of family caregivers regarding the care of mentally ill clients. A comparative study can be done in different settings. Regular in-service educational program should conduct for the family caregivers regarding the prevention and management of burden. A study can be done to assess the attitude and practice of family caregivers regarding the care of mentally ill clients. Thank you.
Is P2 participant is there?
वो लोग कैसे बात कर सकते हैं?
Next, we can proceed with code number P3.
Good morning, all of you. My name is Vaishali Tarekar. I am a PhD scholar from NIMS University, Rajasthan, Jaipur. My problem statement is effect of lifestyle modification on menstrual disorders among the adolescent girls, a pilot study. Menstruation is a periodic discharge of blood, mucus, and epithelial cells from uterus, which occurs every month. A menstrual disorder is a physical or emotional problem that interferes with normal menstrual cycle, causing pain, usually heavy or light bleeding, delayed menarche, or misperiods. A severe and prolonged menstrual disorders are often associated with physical, psychological, social, mental, and reproductive problems that lead to affect the daily living of adolescent girls. Deliwala conducted a study on regularity and amount of flow of menstrual cycle can be affected by various factors, including hormonal changes, genetics, serious medical conditions, body mass index, age, family history, socioeconomics, dietary habits, education, lifestyle, exercises, weight, height, and psychological upset. In order to reduce the menstrual disorders, adolescent girls should change their lifestyle habits, which can control the contributing and predisposing factors for menstrual disorders. Example, diet, exercises, weight of body, etc. Healthy dietary habits and regular exercises are the most beneficial therapies in managing the menstrual symptoms and preventing the future complications. Objective to evaluate the effect of lifestyle modification on menstrual disorders among the adolescent girls. Materials and methods, a cross-sectional study design, settings, schools of Navi Mumbai, adolescent girls, sample size 30, sampling technique, non-probability purposive sampling technique, tools used as a numerical pain scale to assess the pain, PBSC scoring system assess the bleeding, modified human's health questionnaire, and daily diary to assess the diet plan. Lifestyle modification includes the information about the menstrual hygiene, demonstration and practice for stretching exercises, and follows the prescribed diet plan. Was scheduled for the adolescent girls in experimental group in session 1 of 20 to 30 minutes for each small group. Prescribed diet plan include high protein, calcium, vitamin D, folic acid, vitamin C, iron-rich food, which can help to reduce the pain and menstrual cramp. Diet during menstruation was focused on vegetables, fruits, nuts, and dates, as this will help to ease the discomfort and improve the HB level. Stretching exercises, forward bending exercises help to reduce the abdominal cramp. Ankle stretching exercises help to release the stress among the lumbar spine and surrounding small intrinsic musculature. When these muscles are strong, they are much more prepared to handle the daily forces of normal biomechanics during the menstrual cycle. Half squatting exercises helps to reduce the stress, improves the flexibility, and strengthen the muscles. Arm and leg stretching exercises helps to reduce the stress on the back muscle. Pelvic bridging with curl-up exercises has to improve the pelvic and abdominal muscle strength. Elbow forward bending and abdominal contracting exercises help to reduce the stress on abdominal low back or thigh muscles. Results conclude that mean age at menarche was 13 plus minus 1.5 years for experimental group, whereas mean age at menarche was 12.7 plus minus 2.2 years for control group. The study result revealed that the menstrual disorders was reduced in experimental group than the control group. Unpaired t-value of the difference of mean reduction of menstrual disorders was found to be t-value 12.75, degree of freedom 29, with p-value is less than 0.05 at the 95% of interval. There was no significant association was found between the menstrual disorders, study variables and demographic variables. Study concluded that the pilot study that lifestyle modification was effective in decreasing the menstrual disorders. This intervention is highly recommended to all adolescent girls, as the adolescent girls' well-being and reduce menstrual disorders, which will render a quality of life efficiently and effectively. The reproductive health of adolescent girls will also improve. Thank you.
Next code number is P4.
Good morning. Myself Neha Saudatkar, MSc Nursing, Department of Child Health Nursing. My problem statement is a study to assess the effectiveness of lecture cum demonstration on knowledge and practices related to the brushing and flossing technique of teeth among school children. Introduction of my study. Today children are tomorrow nations. Keeping in good health status for our children is the for future nation. School is non-profit educational academy designed to meet the much of students with special needs. School concentrate on supplying emotional, physical, and intellectual life experiences which gain the confidence necessary to lead fuller lives. The goal of school is to provide quality education and circulate the best standard of learning among children with the excellence. In India is facing many challenges in rendering oral health care to the rural masses. Out of these, 70 to 70% residing in rural areas, more than 40% is children. This report is based on the research survey with respect to the different parameters, that is oral hygiene practices, dietary pattern, tobacco smoking and chewing, media habits, and awareness regarding dental treatment to get the complete overview of the existing oral health related problems and factors that will be the responsible for poor health among rural children. At any age, prevention of tooth decay is necessary. The teaching this lifelong habit is the critical role to helping child health and gums stay healthy as possible. Demonstrate step by step and slowly so child can understand and follow the proper way to the brushing and flossing technique. Objective of my study are to assess the knowledge and practice related to brushing and flossing teeth before and after lecture cum demonstration in school children, to compare the knowledge and practices related to brushing and flossing teeth before and after lecture cum demonstration in school children, to find the association between selected demographic variables and post-test knowledge and practice score. Methodology research approach is the interventional approach. Research design quasi-experimental designs with the consist of pre-test and post-test. Setting of the study: school sample, school children studying in 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th standards. Sampling technique: samples will be selected by probability simple random sampling technique. Sample size for the study is 30. Tool structure knowledge questionnaire including demographic variables and the observational checklist on brushing and flossing technique. The result: the present study has been taken up to the assess the effectiveness of lecture cum demonstration on knowledge and practice related to the brushing and flossing technique of teeth among school children. Analysis and interpretation are based on objective of the study, a structured knowledge questionnaire and observational checklist used for the data collection. The table number 1 shows the distribution of school children according to the level of knowledge score. In that the pre-test knowledge score maximum 60% school children had good level of knowledge score, 40% school children had good level of knowledge score. After that post-test knowledge score maximum 80% of school children had good level of knowledge score and 20% of school children had excellent level of knowledge score. Table number 2 shows that distribution of school children according to their level of practice score. In that the 40% of school children had poor level of practice, 43.33% had average level of practice score, and 16.67% had good level of practice score. In post-test practice score, maximum 90% of school children had good level of practice and 10% of school children had average level of practice score. This figure shows that difference between pre-test and post-test knowledge score of the children. In that the mean knowledge score was higher in 19.33 with when compared with the mean pre-test knowledge score, which was the 13.20. In pre-test and post-test knowledge score among school children was found to be 10.82, which is statistically significant at the 0.05% level of significance. Then figure 2, difference between practice score in pre and post-test school of children. In that the difference in pre-test and post-test practice score among school children was found to be 10.11, which is statistically significant at 0.05% level of significance. Discussion in that the interpretation drawn from the finding of the study were based on the objective of the study. On statistical analysis, it was found the students are having inadequate knowledge in pre-test. After that, plant health teaching helped in enhancing their knowledge. Similar study was conducted in Chennai, India. Results found that overall level of knowledge score was statistically significant with the p-value 0.004. There was a statistically significant difference with the p-value 0.008 when comparing the frequency of brushing the teeth twice per day among the two different age groups. Comparing the various factors such as gender, type of school, and age group of the visit to the dentist, it was observed that statistically significant difference with the p-value was found with comparing the female children 75.3% and male children 60.3%. Observed when comparing the younger and older group who visited the dentist, study concluded that overall level of oral health knowledge among the survey children was low. But the present study confirmed that there was improvement in knowledge and practice after the lecture cum demonstration, and it's statistically significant. The overall mean knowledge and practice score present in the pre-test is 13.20% and 8.73, and in post-test 19.33% and 13.60%. So there is an enhancement of knowledge and practice score was being found. Conclusion, the finding of this present study indicate that student had inadequate knowledge regarding brushing and flossing technique during pre-test, but after the plant health teaching and demonstration of brushing and flossing technique, their knowledge score have increased in the post-test. Hence, the plant health teaching and demonstration is effective in improving the knowledge. Recommendations based on the study of the following recommendations. Similar study can be carried out sample with different demographic characteristics. Similar study may be replicated with the control group. Similar study can be done by taking large sample of school children. Comparative study to assess the knowledge and attitude of the school children who are living in urban and rural areas. Education of school teachers on proper brushing and flossing technique can be done as they are source of knowledge for the children. These are the bibliographies. Thank you.
Next, we will proceed to code number P5.
Good morning everyone. My code number is P5 for my paper presentation on the topic effectiveness of abdominal support on pain, walk performance and pulmonary function among patients with post-abdominal surgery. Introduction. Abdominal surgery is a very common operative procedure. After surgery, often the patient's freedom of movement is restricted due to intravenous infusions, various tubes or drains that must accompany the patients during ambulation. Early ambulation is an important component of post-operative care after abdominal surgery. Abdominal binders are compression belts that encircle the abdomen, commonly used to augment the recovery process after abdominal surgery. Evidences state that abdominal binders facilitate enhanced recovery after surgery, such as pain relief, improve in respiratory function, and also assist in physical function of the patient. Objective of the study are to assess the pain, walk performance, and pulmonary function among post-abdominal surgery patients in experimental and control group, to assess the effectiveness of abdominal binder on pain, walk performance, and pulmonary function, to find out the correlation between pain and walk performance and pain and pulmonary function among post-abdominal surgery patients. Hypothesis was tested at the level of 0.05 level of significance. Null hypothesis, there will be no significant difference in level of pain, walk performance, and pulmonary function among post-abdominal surgery patients in experimental and control group. Research methodology, quantitative approach with quasi-experimental study design was adapted for this study. The study was conducted in surgery ward among the patients who have undergone post-abdominal surgery. 60 patients were selected, 30 in control group and 30 in experimental group. Description of the tool, socio-demographic and clinical variables of the patients were collected. Numerical pain rating scale was used to assess the pain. 6-minute walk performance test was used to assess the walk performance of the patient. In-century spirometry test was done to assess the pulmonary function of the patient. The post-test assessment of pain, walk performance, and pulmonary function was done on the first, third, and fifth post-operative day of the patients in both experimental and control group. The data collected were analyzed using descriptive and inferential statistics. Results of the study. Table 1 shows the frequency and percentage distribution of the demographic variables. Chi-square test was applied to assess the homogeneity of the samples. All the demographic variables were found to be non-significant and they were homogeneous, except income per month were found to be significant and they were non-homogeneous and non-comparable. Table 2 shows the level of pain among patients. On post-operative day 1, all the patients have reported severe pain in experimental and control group, but on day 3 and day 5, the pain was gradually reduced from moderate to mild in experimental group as compared to the control group. Table 3 shows the level of walk performance. The level of walk performance was improved in the patients in experimental group when compared to day 5 as compared to day 1 and day 3 in experimental group as compared to the control group. Table 4 shows the level of pulmonary function. On day 5, the pulmonary function was improved as compared to post-operative day 1 and day 3 in experimental group as compared to the control group. Table 5 shows the comparison between level of pain. On post-operative day 1 and day 5, the patient level of pain was reduced in experimental group as compared to the control group, and it was also found to be significant at 0.05 level of significance. Table 6 shows the comparison of level of walk performance among patients with post-abdominal surgery. On day 5 and post-operative day 5 and post-operative day 1, the walk performance was improved and was statistically significant at 0.05 level of significance. Table 7 shows the comparison between level of pulmonary function among patients with post-abdominal surgery in experimental and control group. On post-operative day 5 and day 1, the pulmonary function was improved in experimental group as compared to the control group, which was statistically significant at 0.05 level of significance. Table 8 shows the correlation between level of pain and walk performance. On post-operative day 1 and post-operative day 5, correlation was tested using Spearman-Brown correlation coefficient. On post-operative day 5, 0.793 and day 1, 0.716 indicates good positive correlation between pain and walk performance. On post-operative day 5 and day 3, the correlation value was 0.689969 indicates good positive correlation between pain and pulmonary function in experimental group. Moderate positive correlation was found between level of pain and walk performance among patients with post-abdominal surgery in control group, and moderate positive correlation was found between level of pain and pulmonary function among patients in control group. Conclusion: the findings of the present study concluded that abdominal binder was effective in reducing the pain among post-abdominal surgery patients and also in improving the walk performance and pulmonary function. And abdominal binder increases patient mobility soon after the surgery. There was also a measurable effect on pain as reported by the patients who used abdominal binder after undergoing major abdominal surgery. The study suggests that abdominal binder as a non-pharmacological method can be advised for the patients after abdominal surgery to enhance yearly mobilization of the patients. Thank you.
So it's time to move towards next presentation video, that is of code number P6.
Respected dignitaries, today I am here to present my scientific paper presentation. My code number is P6. The title of the study is Pilot Study on Effect of Intradialytic Stretching Exercises on Leg Muscle Cramps Among Patients Undergoing Hemodialysis. Introduction. Dialysis may save life, but only dialysis alone cannot make those patients' lives worthwhile and fruitful. Initiatives should be taken to enhance the patient's overall well-being. Hemodialysis is the most commonly used type of dialysis in India. It is a life-saving measure, but most of the time accompanied with the complications. Many physicians and nurses find it challenging to treat the complications. The most common complications are hypotension, muscle cramps, nausea, vomiting, headache, cardiac arrhythmias, chest pain, and fever with chills. The sudden painful involuntary contraction of muscle is termed as muscle cramps. They usually occur in the upper and lower limbs. These muscles are commonly managed with the normal saline and dextrose 25% routinely in the hospital. Pharmacological measures may reduce the muscle cramps but will usually have other side effects. Hence, non-pharmacological measures should be initiated to prevent and treat the muscle cramps. Objective of the study: to assess the existing level of leg muscle cramps in control and experimental group, to assess the level of leg muscle cramps after intervention of intradialytic stretching exercise in experimental group and control group, to compare the level of leg muscle cramps before and after intervention of intradialytic stretching exercises in experimental group, to determine the effect of intradialytic stretching exercise on level of leg muscle cramps in experimental and control group. Research methodology: research approach quantitative, design pre-test, post-test control group design, sampling technique, purpose sampling technique. Sample size: 20 samples were selected in experimental group and 20 in control group. Procedure: pre-test was done on first cycle and intradialytic stretching exercises were given on second, third, and fourth cycles, and post-test was done on fourth cycle after giving stretching exercises. Findings of the study: in this section is divided into following categories. Section 1: frequency and percentage distribution of characteristics of hemodialysis patients according to their demographic variables. Section 2: frequency and percentage distribution of characteristics of hemodialytic patients according to their clinical variables. Section 3: compare the pre-test and post-test course of hemodialytic patients. Table 1: frequency and percentage distribution of characteristics of hemodialytic patients according to their demographic variable, where N is 20 in experimental and 20 in control group. Age, according to the age, maximum number of patients in experimental group and control group were in the age group of 51 to 60 years, that is 55% in experimental and 60% in control group. All the patients included for the study were male. No female patients were included in the study. According to the occupation, maximum number of patients in experimental group were doing farmer or labor work, that is 60%, and in control group, maximum were in the private service and business, that is around 55%. Frequency and percentage distribution of characteristics of hemodialytic patients according to their clinical variables. Duration of illness, maximum patients in experimental and control group, that is around 50% of the patients were having duration of illness more than 5 years, and duration of hemodialysis, that is maximum patients in both the groups, that is 50%, were having hemodialysis were going on for hemodialysis for more than 5 years. Frequency of hemodialysis per week, all the patients in experimental and control group were undergoing hemodialysis twice a week and experiences muscle cramps. That is, in both the groups, patients experience muscle cramps in both the groups, in both the legs. That is right and left. Comparison between pre-intervention and post-intervention assessment scores of level of leg muscle cramps among experimental group. In the pre-test, during first cycle, the mean score was 8.7 and standard deviation was 1.49. And in the post-intervention fourth cycle, the mean score was 2.35 and standard deviation was 2.05. Pair t-test was 11.37 and p-value was 0.05. Comparison between post-intervention assessment scores of level of leg muscle cramps among experimental group and control group. Post-intervention after fourth cycle in experimental group and post-intervention fourth cycle in control group. Mean in the experimental group, mean was 2.35 and in the control group, the mean was 7.79. Standard deviation in control group, experimental group was 2.05 and in the control group, it was 1.53. The unpaired t-test was 8.03 and p-value was 0.05. So, this shows there was a significant difference in the pre-test and experimental and control group. Conclusion: the patient undergoing hemodialysis were very much satisfied with the intervention of leg stretching exercise. After the pilot study, the control group were also benefited by the leg stretching exercises. The pilot study was found feasible and the same data collection procedure can be followed for the mainstream. Thank you.
So it's time to move towards our next presentation video of code number P7.
All of you, myself Sushma Bhadre, nursing tutor of MGM, Institute of Nursing Education, Aurangabad. First of all, thanks to MGM New Bombay College of Nursing to give me this opportunity for paper presentation. With your permission, I start my presentation. First, title of the study. The title of my study is A Descriptive Study to Assess the Professional Quality of Life Among NICU Nurses in Selected Hospital of the City in view to prepare self-instructional module. Next is introduction. In introduction, according to 2080 ratio, noted that 87.6% of nurses reported occupational stress, which is 34% experienced moderate stress, and while 21% experience severe stress. In India, according to WHO scenario, in 2019, 17.5% nurses suffering compensation satisfaction, compensation fatigue, and burnout level. Hence, similar studies, according to USA study, 54% of nurses suffering emotional exhaustion. Next is objective of the studies. First objective is to assess the level of professional quality of life among nurses. Second objective is to find out the association between professional quality of life with selected demographic variables. Next is research methodology. In that, first is research design, that is non-experimental descriptive study design. Setting of the study is selected NICU hospital. Population and sample of the study is NICU nurses. Sampling technique used in this study, that is purposive sampling. Then sample size is total number of 140 samples. Then tools for the data collection is modified professional quality life scale. This scale is divided in three categories. First is compensation satisfaction fatigue. Second one is burnout, and third one is secondary traumatic stress. Then validity of this tool is the validity was found to be relevant, and reliability is correlation R value is 0.9. Next is result of this study. The figure number 1 is shows that is a compensation satisfaction fatigue level. The majority of the samples is 132, that is 94.28% were having high level of compensation satisfaction under the professional quality of life scale, whereas a 8 sample, that is 5.71% having average compensation satisfaction and fatigue. None of these samples belong under the category of the low compensation satisfaction. Then next one is figure number 2 shows that the burnout level, in that the majority of sample, that is 132, is 94.28% having average level of burnout under the professional quality of life scale, whereas 6% and 6 sample is 4.28% having low level of burnout and 2% that is 1.42% having where having high level of burnout in professional quality of life scale. Then figure number 3 shows that is a secondary traumatic stress level in that the majority of sample that is 104 in that 74.28% having average level of secondary traumatic stress under the professional quality of life scale, whereas a 22 that is 15.71% samples having high level of secondary traumatic stress and the 10% samples were having the low level of secondary traumatic stress level. Next is significant association with the demographic variable, that is first is significant association compensation satisfaction fatigue only using alternative therapy to reduce stress, that is a significant, and other demographic variable is not significant. Next is significant association level in burnout, that is a age in year of working experience, family income and use of alternative therapy is significant and other demographic variable is not significant. Then third one is no any association between secondary traumatic stress level and demographic variables. Next is discussion. A study was conducted to determine the 94.28% nurses having high level of compensation satisfaction fatigue level, 94.28% nurses having average level of burnout, and 74.28% nurses having average level of secondary traumatic stress level. Then implication of the study, the nurses working in hospital as well as community must be prepared to the other team member to improve the professional quality life scale. Early intervention and identification could prevent the complications and the study would promote the quality of healthcare. Next one is the conclusion. The finding of the study shows that there is a source of information regarding professional quality of life among NICU nurses. Next one is the references. Thank you.
Our next participant is code number P9.
Myself, Harshal Suresh Tiple, clinical instructor in Mahatma Gandhi College of Nursing, Vadda. Today I am here presenting paper presentation. Problem statement: a pre-experimental study to assess the effectiveness of plant teaching about knowledge regarding importance of diet and exercise for prevention of diabetes mellitus among rural adult population. Introduction: Diabetes mellitus is a group of metabolic disorder characterized by elevated level of glucose in the blood, that is hyperglycemia, resulting from defect in insulin secretion, insulin action, or both. Diabetes is a chronic health problem and it is now growing as an epidemic in both developing and developing countries. India leads the world today with the largest number of diabetes in any given country, followed by China and USA. Background of the study: according to World Health Organization, India had 69.2 million people living with diabetes in 2015. According to WHO, the prevalence of diabetes mellitus in adults worldwide was estimated to be 4% in 1995 and predicted to rise to 5.4% by the year of 2025. First time Indian physician Sushruta and Charka was identified type 1 and type 2 diabetes as separate condition in 400 to 500 C, with type 1 associated with youth and type 2 with being overweight. Name of the study: all the respondents were aware regarding diet control, but only 43% followed the recommended diet schedule. It was observed that more women, 52%, than men, 32%, followed the recommended diet schedule. 82% of the respondents were aware that regular physical exercise is helpful, but only 9% of the men and 4% of the women followed this advice. By the year 2025, more than 75% of the people with diabetes will reside in developing countries as compared to 62% in 1995. The countries with the largest number of people with diabetes and will be in year 2025 in India. Objectives. First objective, to assist the effectiveness of plant teaching about knowledge regarding importance of diet and exercise for prevention of diabetes mellitus among rural adult population. To assist the existing level of knowledge regarding importance of diet and exercise for prevention of diabetes mellitus among rural adult population. To evaluate effectiveness of plant teaching on knowledge regarding importance of diet and exercise for prevention of diabetes mellitus among rural adult population. To associate the post-test knowledge score regarding importance of diet and exercise for prevention of diabetes mellitus among rural adult population with their selected demographic variables. Review of literature. In the present study, review of literature is organized under the following headings. Review of literature related to prevalence and incidence of diabetes mellitus. Review of literature related to knowledge regarding diet and exercise on diabetes mellitus. Review of literature related to effectiveness of plant teaching regarding diabetes mellitus. Methodology. Quantitative research approach with experimental one-group pretest post-test research design, non-probability convenience sampling technique with sample size is 70 subjects from rural area. A structural knowledge questionnaire was used. In the structural questionnaire, Section A, demographic data. It includes age, to evaluate the knowledge. Total 30 items were selected for the structural knowledge questionnaire. Plan for data analysis. The data was analyzed by using descriptive and inferential statistics on the basis of objectives and hypotheses of the study. Demographic data containing subject would be analyzed by using frequency percentage presented in the form of table and graphs. Analysis of effectiveness of plant teaching done with the help of student paired t-test. Association between post-test knowledge score and demographic variables were analyzed by chi-square test. Analysis and interpretation. Hypothesis. There is a significant difference between pre-test and post-test knowledge score, which is measured by structural knowledge questionnaire at P is less than 0.05 level of significance. In S2, there is no significant association between level of post-test knowledge score with their selected age group. In H3, there is no significant association between level of post-test knowledge score with their selected dietary pattern. In this study, majority of subject belongs to the age group 36 to 40 year is 30%. Majority of the subject were male is 55.3%. Majority of the educational status of subject was secondary education is 35.7%. Majority of the income of subject were 10,000 to 15,000 is that 54.3%. Majority of the occupational status of the subject belongs to farmer, it is 58.6%. And majority of diet pattern of subject were vegetarian, that is 55.7%. In pre-test, out of the 7 subject, majority of the subject 57.14% had good level of knowledge score, 25.71% had subject had very good level of knowledge score, 14.29% subject had average level of knowledge score, 2.86% subject had excellent level of knowledge score, and no subject had poor level of knowledge score. In post-test, out of 70 subjects, the majority of the subjects, 61.43% had very good level of knowledge score, 38.57% had excellent level of knowledge score, and no subject had poor, average, and good level of knowledge score. The mean post-test knowledge score was higher, that is 23.39 with standard deviation of 2.55 when compared with mean pre-test knowledge score, which was 16.21 with standard deviation of 4.16. The comparison between the mean difference in pre-test and post-test knowledge score was 7.18. The calculated t-value was 33.61, whereas the tabulated t-value was 3.812 for overall knowledge score of subject, which was statistically acceptable level of significance or effective. It was statistically not significant with association between age and dietary pattern regarding importance of diet and exercise for prevention of diabetes mellitus. Implication of the study. The finding of the present study have implication not only in the field of nursing but also in community area. Community health nurse needs to lay emphasis on diabetes mellitus, which should include cause, effect, management, and risk factor of complications. The study implication for nursing practices, nursing education, nursing administration, and nursing research. Then discussion and conclusion. After detailed analysis, the study was leading to the following conclusion that plant teaching on diabetes mellitus found to be effective in improving the knowledge of adults. It did not show any association in relation to their selected demographic variables. Thank you.
To all the participants, it's really nice to hear such good research presentations in this platform. And we really appreciate the efforts and the input which is given by the participants in preparing the video and send it to us on the limited time. And it's now time to move towards the next participant, that is code number P10.
Clinical instructor at Shivati College of Nursing. Here I am present my paper presentation. So, my topic is title of study, effectiveness of demonstration on knowledge and practice regarding selected to present techniques among scholars in selected schools and experimental setting. In that introduction is oral health is important for general health and well-being. We know that poor health can affect someone's ability to eat, speak, smile, and socialize normally from early in life as a part of overall health and well-being of a child. Good oral health contribute to their getting the best start in life and school readiness. Next, need of the study. According to National Oral Health Care Program, the dental caries is a public health problem in India, with a prevalence as a high 60 to 80% of Indian children. Apart from this, about 30% of children suffer from misaligned teeth and jaw, affecting proper functioning of the dentophacial apparatus. Then, problem statement. An experimental study to assess the effectiveness of demonstration on knowledge and practice regarding selected toothbrushing techniques among scholars in selected school of the city. The objective of this study: first objective, to assess the pre-test knowledge and practice regarding demonstration of selected toothbrushing technique among scholars. Second objective, to assess the post-test knowledge practice regarding demonstration of selected toothbrushing technique among scholars. Then, the third objective, to evaluate the effectiveness of demonstration on knowledge and practice regarding selected toothbrushing techniques among scholars. Fourth, to association of knowledge and practice score with selected demographical variable. Then, hypothesis. In this study, hypothesis will be tested on 0.05 level of significance. So, H0, there will be a no significance difference in the pre-test and post-test knowledge and the practice score regarding demonstration of selected toothbrushing technique among scholars. Then, H1 hypothesis, there will be a significant difference in pre-test and post-test knowledge and practice score regarding demonstration of selected toothbrushing techniques among scholars. Then, the review of literature in this study. First review of literature is related to incidence of dental caries. Second, the review of literature related to toothbrushing techniques. Third, the review of literature related to the demonstration of brushing technique. Then, research methodology. In research methodology, first is a research approach. In this study, quantitative approach is used. Research design is the pre-experimental pre-test, post-test, one group design is used. Then research setting, the present study was conducted in selected school of the city after obtaining permission from concerned authority. Then sampling. In this study, sampling consists of 60 scholars in the selected school of the city. Then sampling technique, the non-probability convenient sample technique is used. Then paper presentation of tool. Section 1, in that section first is demographical variables. It includes the total 6 demographical variables such as age of children in year, religion, gender, standards, types of family, source of information. Then in section 2, in this semi-structured knowledge questionnaire. A semi-structured questionnaire was conducted by review of the related literature and consultation with the expert. The questionnaire consists of 20 multiple choice questions on knowledge regarding toothbrushing techniques. Total score is 20. Each question carries the 1 mark and 0 for the wrong answer. Next, analysis and interpretation of this study. The total 60 scholars participate in this study. The overall post-test mean knowledge score was higher, that is 12.53 with standard deviation of 1.98 when compared with the mean pre-test knowledge score, which was 6.73 with standard deviation of 2.22. The post-test mean practice score was higher, 9.80 with standard deviation of 1.42 when compared with the mean pre-test practice score, which was 5.46 with standard deviation is 1.64. The analysis also revealed that there is an association knowledge score with age, religion, standard, while none of other demographical were associated with the knowledge score. Then in practice, there is an association of practice score with religion, type of family, while none of other demographical variable were associated with the practice score. Then discussion of in this study. In 2019, the Preeti Jawar, Lenu, KJ and Linda V. Jacob, this study was conducted on effectiveness of demonstration on skill in toothbrushing technique among primary school students. There was a significant difference between pre-test skill score and the post-test skill score. The study has shown demonstration on skill in toothbrushing technique among primary school students was effective in terms of improving their skill level. The implication of this study. The finding of study has implication for nursing practice, nursing education and nursing administration and nursing research. Then conclusion of my study. It was a conclude that demonstration on knowledge and practice regarding toothbrushing technique among scholars in selected schools of the city was found to be effective as a teaching strategy. Thank you.
Our next participant is code number P11.
Respective dignitaries, my code was P11. Today I am presenting paper presentation. So title of the study was conducted study to assess the level of anxiety and depression among senior citizens living in urban and rural area of Sangli district. Introduction: aging is a universal process that is associated with deteriorating health status. Elderly or old age consists of age close to or exceeding the average of lifespan of human being. As age advances, there is increased morbidity and function loss. Also, presence of a variety of depression factors and occurrence of varying life events greatly impact on one's psychological status, making them more prone to get depression. My study objectives are to assess the level of anxiety among senior citizens, to assess the level of depression among senior citizens, to compare the level of anxiety among senior citizens living in urban and rural area. To compare the lastly, I'm comparing my objective was to compare the level of depression among senior citizens living in urban and rural area. Research methodology: research approach was a quantitative approach. Research design process compared to research design. Sampling technique: probability cluster sampling technique. Sample size are 200. Procedure for this one data collection. Formal permission was taken for 3 major local authorities regarding the study and given a brief discussion about the study. The researcher himself personally approaches the senior citizen and informed consent was taken after verbal explanation about the study. Findings of the study are categorized into 3 sections. One is section 1 deals with the analysis of demographic data of the senior citizen living in urban and rural area. In terms of frequency and percentage, section 2 deals with the analysis of data related to assessment of the level of anxiety and depression among senior citizens living in urban and rural area in terms of frequency and percentage. And section 3 deals with the analysis of data related comparison of anxiety and depression among senior citizens living in urban and rural area at Sangli district. So table number 1, it shows frequency distribution of the senior citizen living in urban and rural area at Sangli district. Most of the senior citizen age was 60 to 70 years in urban and rural area. Gender are most among the urban and rural senior citizens are male. Education, most of the senior citizen are primary education they are taken. In the urban area, 22% of this one primary education they have taken in, and in a rural area, 35% of the senior citizens are taken primary education. Occupation, retired. Most of the urban and rural senior citizens are retired. So most of the senior citizens in urban and rural area are living with a joint family. And suppose most of the senior citizens in among the urban and rural areas, suppose are alive. Financial support, most of the urban and rural senior citizens are dependent financial their family. So table number 2, in general assessment of the level of anxiety in senior citizen. So most of the urban and rural area citizens are shown the mild anxiety. The anxiety level is in the area citizens, 35% in the rural area citizens. So they will be in general level pressure, level of depression and citizens. Urban and rural area citizens. Mean senior citizen shows the mean 12.03 standard with the standard deviation of 4.88. T value 2.53, P value 0.012. So conclusion overall of my study was in comparison of level of anxiety in urban and rural area, the unpaired t-test value was 1.83 with the p value 0.069. Here it shows that no significant difference in anxiety score of the urban and rural area in anxiety. In comparison of level of depression, the test statistical value of the unpaired t-test value of t-test was 2.53 with the p-value 0.012. Here it shows significant difference in depression score of the rural and urban senior citizens. These are my references. Thank you.
It's time to have our next presentation. That is code number P13.
Good evening, one and all. I am thankful to the organizing committee of the MGM College, which is given to me the opportunity to present my paper in your conference. Thank you, madam. Cancer is the second reason of death worldwide. Current estimates on the burden of cancer are needed for the cancer control planning. When we will think for the cancer literacy in rural and urban area, it will be helpful to women to reduce the mortality rate in India, because female cancer is common worldwide, where the women are not get early diagnosed for the breast malignancy, and it increase the advanced stage in the woman. We directed a writing survey to assess the mindfulness level of hazards components of breast malignant growth among Indian ladies and well-being professionals. Cancer is a main explanation of death universally. There is need to save life from the death and suffering with advanced stage in breast cancer by providing timely access to diagnosis, early phase, and treatment. So my title of the study was Women's Perceived Barriers Towards Diagnosis of Early Phase of Breast Cancer at Western Maharashtra. Aim of this study was done to determine the barriers of diagnosis in early phase of breast cancer. Objectives: to explore barriers of diagnosis in early phase of breast cancer at Karad Taluka. Methodology: a qualitative study was done from January to February 2020 using interviews of patients with breast cancer and auxiliary nurse from Karad Taluka in Western Maharashtra. All participants provided written consent before participating. Samples were selected newly diagnosed female breast cancer patients, which is the age more than 18 years old, and healthcare workers who were involved in the diagnosis and management of breast cancer for more than or equal to 1 year. Breast cancer patients received follow-up or in oncology clinics. Sample size was of this present study consists of 15 patients with breast cancer and 5 healthcare nurses, those working in tertiary care hospital Karad Taluka. Dependent variables: barriers in detection of early phase of breast cancer, and dependent variables: the newly diagnosed female breast cancer patients, which is the age more than 18 years old, and healthcare provider. Limitations of this study was 15 patients of breast cancer and 5 auxiliary nurses. Period for this study was 8 weeks and rule out the barriers of diagnosis of early phase of breast cancer.
Due to the technical reason, we are heading towards the next presentation, that is of code number P14.
Opportunity for the paper presentation. So background of my study is dengue is spreading among all the peoples through the bite of an infected Aedes species mosquito. It spreads all over the world. Infected mosquito can spread the viruses to the other people through the bites. So introduction of my study, the public awareness is much important for the prevention of dengue, and they should develop their good attitude towards the prevention of dengue. Community people should come forward and try to acquire the knowledge through the various mass medias like radio, TV, newspaper, and tend to maintain the good hygiene. So need for my study, community people should develop the use of the personal protective measures and environmental cleanliness. These measures will help them to control the mosquito reproduction. So researcher feels that this booklet will help to gain the knowledge about the treatment and preventive policies for the dengue fever. Problem statement: a study to assess the effect of booklet on the prevention and treatment plan of dengue fever among the knowledge of the people in the rural area. Objective of my study: a study to assess the knowledge on prevention and treatment plan of dengue fever among the people in the rural area. Second objective: a study to assess the effectiveness of booklet on knowledge and prevention and treatment plan of dengue fever among the people in rural area. And third, to correlate the knowledge with the socio-demographic variable. And treatment plan of dengue fever. Hypothesis: there will be a H0, there will be a significant difference on knowledge and prevention and treatment plan of dengue fever. H1 is there will be a significant difference on the knowledge and the prevention of treatment plan of dengue fever. Review of literature is based on the objectives of my study. In that, reviews are collected, that is to assess the knowledge on dengue fever, reviews related to the prevalence and the risk factor for the dengue fever, reviews related with the preventive policies for the dengue fever. Material and method: in that research approach, evaluative research approach was used. One group pretest post design was used. Dependent variable is knowledge level. Independent variable is a booklet on preventive policies and treatment plan of dengue fever. Research setting is the Koinavasahat. Population consists of the 40 peoples from the Koinavasahat. Sample technique, that is convenient sample technique, was used. Inclusion criteria for my The study that is adult male and female, and those are available in the time of data collection, and those knows Marathi. Exclusion criteria, the very old people and those are suffering with the dengue fever are excluded from my study. Developmental of tool is based on the objectives of study. In that part, the one consists of the socio-demographic variable. Second part consists of the intervention, that is a intervention package, that is booklet. And the third is the association with the socio-demographic variable. Validity of tool is done with expert validations, and the formal permissions is obtained from the ethical committee before data collection. As scoring was done, that is a 0 to 6, what is the poor knowledge, and 13 to 7 to 13, that is good knowledge, and 14 to 20 will have the excellent knowledge score. Distribution is done according to social demographic variables in that age. 15 to 25 years of age, the peoples are 35%. And the all in the sex, 80% of people are the female. In the occupation, 45% of people are the primary education has been taken, and 55% are the samples are housewives. Monthly income, 25% are people got 18,000 and above monthly income. 60% are people are found in the joint family. 47.5% are people having the sources of knowledge through the mass media. 85% of people are using the closed drainage sanitation, and the history of dengue, that is 92.5% of people got a history of a dengue fever. So difference between pre-test and post-test knowledge score, that is the poor, that is in the pre-test, poor knowledge, that is 17.5% of people, good knowledge 72.5, and excellent knowledge, that is 10%. But in the post-test, 30% of people samples are in the good knowledge, and the 70% of people are the excellent knowledge. And the mean difference score, that is pre-test and the post-test, that is t-value is 16.491 and less than p-value, and mean difference is a 78. So interference is, that is value is extremely significant. Association done in the pre-test knowledge score with a socio-demographic variable, in that nobody is in the significant value, but all are non-significant. The discussion in the study, that is mean in the pre-test, mean that is 9.55, in the post-test that is 19.725, p-value is a 16.491, p-value is less than 0.1, means that is extremely significant. And a study done in the 2016, in that result shows that 33.5% of people have adequate knowledge, 57.7 were participating in the preventive measures, and 50% of samples are having practicing and preventive attitude towards the dengue fever. Second study done in the 2018, and the result shows that involvement of the people to have awareness campaign system is showing the results good in the preventive policies. Third study done in the 2018, that is a past experimental study done on the effectiveness of preventive measures in the rural area, and total samples, that is 64. This study also shows that the preventive policies program on dengue fever was effective. So conclusion of my study found that my study that proved that the booklet is an effective intervention on preventions and treatment plan of a dengue fever. Recommendation in that the study can be done on the large sample size. Different type of aviates can be used to increase the knowledge of the people. Different technique strategies can be used to educate the people regarding the treatment and preventive policies of a dengue fever. Comparative study also can be done, and these all are my references. So thank you once again for giving me this opportunity to present a paper. Thank you.
It's time to heading towards the next presentation, that is of code number P15.
Everyone, myself Mr. Anup Babandra Omate, working as a clinical instructor in Kasturba Nursing College, Sevagram. The title of my paper presentation is that to assess the effectiveness of plant teaching on knowledge regarding the complication and management of myocardial infarctions among the myocardial infarction patients. Then introductions, emergency management of myocardial infections is very necessary to avoid the complications and the recurrence attack. The advent of coronary care units and early perfusion therapy has substantially decreased in hospital mortality rates and has improved the outcomes in survival of the acute phase of myocardial infections. Okay, the myocardial infections is the first most leading cause of death when the patients having the previous complaints of the coronary artery diseases. So the myocardial infections is the complications of the coronary artery diseases. Then the backgrounds of my study, the myocardial infections or heart attack occurs when the portions of the cardiac muscles is deprived on the adequate arterial blood supply, when the oxygens and nutrients long enough so that the tissues in that area dies. The patient suffering from the myocardial infections usually admitted in the coronary care unit to the coronary or the intensive care unit and care by many healthcare professionals. So this is about the background of my study. In the need of the study, the heart require a balance between the oxygen supply and demands in order to function properly. So the reason behind that I have selected in this study is that so the prevalence rate of myocardial infections, that is around the 4.2. Then incident rate of the myocardial infections is that is around the 600 per 1000 of 1000 of the patients. Okay. Then the research problems to assess the effectiveness of plant teaching or knowledge regarding the complications and management of myocardial infections among the myocardial infection patients. Then these are the objectives of my study: to assess the existing knowledge regarding the complications and management of myocardial infections among the myocardial infection patients, to evaluate the effectiveness of plant teaching or knowledge regarding the complications and management of myocardial infections among the myocardial infection patients. Then third objectives to associate the post-test knowledge score with the selected demographic variables. Then the research methodology, research approach. I am using the quantitative research approach in research design. I am using the pre-experimental one group, pre-test, post-test research design. Then the target population was the myocardial infection patients and the accessible population was the myocardial infection patient. The selected hospital in the Nagpur city. Then the sample was the myocardial infection patients. The sample size is 40. Then the sampling technique, we are using the non-probability convenient sampling technique. So we are using we are using the questionnaire sections, which consist of the two sections. The first section, which consists of the demographic characteristics, that is the age, gender, occupation, then the drinking water and source of house supply. Then the section 2, which consists of the 16 multiple choice questions to assess the effectiveness of plant teaching or knowledge regarding the complications and management of myocardial infection among the myocardial infection patients. Then the score 1 given to each correct response and score 0 given to incorrect response. Ethical aspects, study was approved by the institutional ethical committee. The study will be conducted in accordance with the ethical guidelines prescribed by the Central Ethical Committee on the Human Research. Then the results of my study, the result of the study shown that the 6 samples having the good level of knowledge, 30 sample having the very good level of knowledge, and 4 sample, that is a 10% having the excellent level of knowledge score. Then the pre-test mean score was 9.98, that is standard deviations plus minus 3.453, and post-test mean score was the 18.08, that is a standard deviation plus minus 2.080. And then here the pie diagram was showing the pre-test, the poor 35% of the sample having the poor level of knowledge, 58% of the sample having the average level of knowledge, and 79% of the sample having the good level of knowledge. So this is a post-test of the pie diagram data. Then the discussions was the present study aimed to assess the effectiveness of plant teaching or knowledge regarding the complications and management of MI patients. The pre-test findings shown that the study participant had inadequate knowledge regarding the complication and management of myocardial infection after the plant teaching. The pre-test and post-test data was analyzed by the reveal mean post-test score was 18.08, was higher than mean pre-test score, that is a 9.98. Implications of the study. So here the nursing educator need to emphasize the plant teaching module will help the nursing personnel to know the much more about the different risk factors and the causes, the clinical manifestation, diagnostic evaluations, and medical management of, as well as the home management of the myocardial infections. Then the conclusions was the myocardial infection patient plant teaching, it was improve the knowledge myocardial infections patient in the selected area. So the thank you.
I am Mr. Sagar Prakash Alaspure, Clinical Instructor, Kasura Nursing College, Sevagram. Today is my paper presentation. The title of paper presentation is A Pre-Experimental Study to Assess Effectiveness of Plant Teaching about Knowledge Regarding Modifiable Risk Factor of Hypertension among Middle-aged Population from Rural Area. The introduction: hypertension is a disease entity of its own. It remains silent, being asymptomatic during its clinical courses. Because of its asymptomatic appearance, it does immense harm to the body in the form of target organ damage. Hence, the WHO has named it is a silent killer. Hypertension is a major cause of cardiovascular morbidity and mortality worldwide. Need of the study: in Maharashtra, the prevalence of the hypertension is found 25.1%. Besides, a huge variation in the prevalence of the hypertension is observed across the district. At the district level, the prevalence rate of the hypertension is varied between the 15% in Hingoli and 36% in Mumbai. Satara, Dhule, Gadchiroli and Mumbai are the districts with more than 30% of prevalence of high blood pressure, whereas Hingoli, Nagpur, Usmanabad, Varda and Akola have a prevalence rate of less than 20%. The investigator personal experiences while working in the rural community felt that the knowledge of the rural population was poor regarding modifiable risk factor of the hypertension. Hence, keeping the above view in mind, investigator failed to undertake this study on effectiveness of plant teaching about knowledge regarding modifiable risk factor of hypertension among middle-aged population from the rural area. The problem statement is a pre-experimental study to assess the effectiveness of plant teaching about knowledge regarding modifiable risk factor of hypertension among middle-aged population from the rural area. We'll discuss the objective to evaluate the effectiveness of plant teaching about knowledge regarding modifiable risk factor of hypertension among middle-aged population from rural area, to associate the knowledge regarding modifiable risk factor of hypertension with their selected demographic variables, to assess the existing knowledge regarding modifiable risk factor of hypertension among middle-aged population from rural area. Then we'll see the review of literature related to the prevalence and incidence of the hypertension, review of literature related to the risk factor of the hypertension, and review of literature related to the effectiveness of the plant teaching regarding hypertension. Methodology: in this research, quantitative research approach was used. Pre-experimental one group, pre-test and post-test research design. The study is conducted in the rural area, the middle-aged population. In this sample selection criteria, non-probability convenient sampling technique with the sample size 110 subject from rural area. Hypothesis: there will be no significant differences between pre-test and post-test knowledge score at p less than 0.05 level of significance. And H1 is there will be the significant difference between pre and post-test knowledge score at p less than 0.05 level of significance. Ethical aspect: the prior permission has been obtained from the institution ethical committee. Prior permission was obtained from the Sarpanch of Gram Panchayat. Informed written consent was obtained from the study subject. Description of tool: section A, demographic data, and section B, structural knowledge questionnaire. They're having 20 questionnaires consist in the structural knowledge questionnaires. Analysis and interpretation: the mean pre-test score was 7.51 with standard deviation of 3.29, whereas in post-test it was 14.20 was the standard deviation of 3.49. The mean differences in pre-test and post-test score was 6.69. In this study, it is interpreted that a gender awareness education about hypertension of middle-aged population is statistically not associated with their post-test knowledge score. Implication of this study: the health education is one of the nurses' responsibility. In this study, emphasize nurse to impart knowledge related to the modifiable risk factor of hypertension while working. Nurses plays a major role in promoting the health of the people by various extended and expanded roles. Nurses can conduct community awareness campaign and program on modifiable risk factor of hypertension. Discussion and conclusion: the analysis of the study revealed that there was a significant improvement in the knowledge of middle-aged population. The plant teaching proved to be effective in improving the knowledge of middle-aged population. It did not show any association in relation to their selected demographic variables. Thank you so much. If you have any doubt regarding in this.
It's time to move. It's time to move towards our next presentation video, that is of code number P70.
Myself, Rinkush Ganesh Sukudan, Clinical Instructor, Shote College of Nursing, Nagpur. Here I am for paper presenting, and my code number is P17. The title of the study is a pre-experimental study to assess the effectiveness of plant teaching about knowledge regarding post-traumatic stress and coping strategies after a traffic accident among adults in selected hospital. The introduction of the studies as accidents are more common in day-to-day life. Accidents are frequently occurring because of the newly adopted lifestyle, increased number of vehicles and driving. In present era, the accidents cause a very big burden to the families and patient itself because of the cost treatment and family difficulties associated with the accidents. Need for the study is road traffic accidents are large and growing public health burden, especially in low income and middle income countries. According to WHO, 2015 globally more than 1.2 million people die each year on the world roads, making road traffic accidents the leading cause of death globally. India accounts for nearly 10% of world traffic accidents, and accidents is reported every 3 minutes and a death every 10 minutes on Indian roads. The investigator feels that there is a less focus on problems occurred after a traffic event and the individuals having a physical, psychological, and emotional problems. The problem statement of the study is studies to assess the effectiveness of plant teaching about knowledge regarding post-traumatic stress and coping strategies after a traffic accident among adults in selected hospital. The objective of the study was to assess the effectiveness of plant teaching about knowledge regarding post-traumatic stress and coping strategies among adults after a traffic accident. A study to assess the pretest level of knowledge regarding post-traumatic stress and coping strategies among adults after a traffic accident. And to assess the effectiveness of plant teaching about knowledge regarding post-traumatic stress and coping strategies among adults after a traffic accident. And to determine the association between post-traumatic stress and coping strategies after a traffic accident among adults with their selected demographic variables. The hypothesis of the study, H1 hypothesis, there is a significant difference between pretest and post-test knowledge score regarding post-traumatic stress and coping strategies after a traffic accident among adults, which is measured by p less than 0.05 level of significance. The review of literature. First review of literature related to incidence and prevalence of post-traumatic stress disorder. Second review of literature is to knowledge regarding post-traumatic stress disorder, and third review of literature related to plant teaching post-traumatic stress disorder. Methodology, the research approach, quantitative research approach was used. Research design, pre-experimental one group pretest post-test research design, and research setting. The study was conducted in the selected hospital urban area, and the sampling in the study sample were adult from the selected hospital, and sampling technique, non-probability sampling technique was used. The description of the section A consists of demographic data. It includes age, gender, education, income, and socioeconomic status. The occupation of this occupation, type of the family regarding post-traumatic stress. And section B, a structured knowledge questionnaire. There are multiple choice questions to evaluate the knowledge of patients regarding post-traumatic stress. Total 30 items were selected for the structured knowledge questionnaires. Analysis and interpretations. The mean pretest score was 7.77 with the standard deviation 6.39, where in the posted it was 15.11 with the standard deviations of 6.33. The mean difference in pretest and posted score was 7.34. The calculated t-value was 11.01, whereas the tabulated t-value was 2.20. It shows that the calculated t-value was much higher than the tabulated t-value. It is statistically significant association between age, education, and socioeconomic status, and the level of knowledge regarding post-traumatic stress and coping strategies after a traffic accident. The discussion after a detailed analysis, the study leads to the following conclusion. Plant teaching on post-traumatic stress was found to be effective in improving the knowledge of adult. In adult patients, a significant gain in knowledge regarding the post-traumatic stress and coping strategies. An association was found between age, education, socioeconomic status of adult knowledge about post-traumatic stress and coping strategies. Implication of the study. The findings of study present have implications not only in the field of nursing but also held areas. Nurse educate need to lay emphasis on post-traumatic stress and should include cause, effects, treatment, and preventive aspects. The study implications for nursing practice, nursing education, and nursing admission, nursing research. The conclusions of the study analysis of the study revealed that there was a significant improvement in the knowledge of adult. The plant teaching proved to be effective in improving the knowledge of adult in the selected hospital. Thank you.
It's time to have our next presentation, that is of code number P19.
My code number is P19. As osteoporosis is one of the major non-communicable diseases accounting for about 1.75% of the global burden in Europe, so there is need of this study because osteoporosis is the second widespread public health problem after cardiovascular disease, which is characterized by low bone mass and microarchitecture deterioration of bone tissue. There is need of this study because osteoporotic fracture occurring every 3 seconds. The aim of this study is the outcome of physical exercises and calcium supplement for lowering the possibility of postmenopausal osteoporosis. The objective is to assess clinical parameters among the women attending orthopedic OPD before the intervention, control and experimental group, to identify the outcome of calcium supplement and physical exercises of clinical parameters among the women attending orthopedic OPD after the intervention, control and experimental group, to find out the association between selected demographic variables in experimental and control group. The material and methodology, study design used, that is pre-experimental control before after research design, study area, selected hospital of corporation, study population in menopausal women who attend the orthopedic OPD, sample size 300, time frame 3 months, sampling technique, simple random sampling method. Inclusion criteria, the women who attain the menopause and age of 45 to 55 years and above, calcium level less than 8.6 mg per dl and BMD is lower than the minus 2.5 mg per dl. In exclusion criteria, those who are suffering with major illness and non-treatment on treatment like heart disease, arthritis, diabetes, renal disease, hormone therapy, those who are doing exercises and those who involve in pilot study. Informed consent taken from the authority and samples pre-intervention in that control group and experimental has given the self-administered questionnaire, that is the ECO-16 questionnaire, and clinical parameters are assessed, that is height, weight, BMI, and blood calcium level BMD. In intervention control group, given the tablet calcium lactate with vitamin B3 500 mg for 3 months as per the orthopedic order, and experimental group has given the tablet calcium lactate with vitamin D3 500 mg continuously 3 months as per the orthopedic orders, plus physical exercises like weight bearing and muscle strengthening exercises taught to the sample for 10 repetition of each twice a day for 3 months. And researcher also given the diary to maintain the record. In post-intervention study, control and experimental group both have given the ECO-16 questionnaire to fill up, and after 1 and 3 months, they have also assessed the clinical parameter, that is blood calcium level and BMD. Weight bearing exercise, that is toe standing, squat, single leg standing with support, sit to stand, step up, forward lunge has used. Data handling is using by the SPSS package and explaining graph table chart. Descriptive statistic analysis, frequency and percentage used to demographic to explain the demographic variables, and inferential statistical t-test used to explain the effect between variables. Chi-square is used to know the association between the variables level of significance at 0.05 level to be used. The results in that the objective wise results have find out, that is demographic data and clinical parameter. In demographic data, in age, most of the majority of 46.66 women comes under the 50 to 54 years. In control group and experimental group, it was 40%. Education, that is secondary education has completed. Occupational status, most of the women are housewives, and socio-economic status, they are belongs to the middle class family. They are taking the mixed type of diet. They are having the most of the majority of 28.66 had the tobacco chewing habit in control group, and 39.33% had the habit of tobacco chewing in experimental group. Majority of the women are married, breastfeed, 54.63% in control group and 33.33% in experimental group. In clinical parameters, in control group 43.33% had the height between 160 to 165 centimeter, and experimental group it was 38%. For the blood calcium level, in majority of the control group 64.66 had calcium level between 8.84 mg, whereas in experimental group it was 50.66%. BMD T-score, majority of in control group 83.33% had between the minus 2.5 and below, whereas in experimental group it was 86, had between 86. Then the second objective, that is the outcome of physical exercises and calcium supplement. In that blood calcium level, in the control group, there is huge gap between the pre-test and post-test. So the average blood calcium level was found to be considerable at the level of the 0.05. So it predicts that there is no significant change in blood calcium level in the group. And in the experimental group, BMD, but in experimental group, the post-test value has increased. So T value is higher than the calculated at the level of the 0.05 level. So null hypothesis is rejected. In BMD T-score also, after 3 months, the value has increased and T-score is also increases. ECO-16 questionnaire also showed that the pain and fear of illness has reduced. And the association between demographic variables shows that the there is the in control group Maratha status is having the association, and in experimental group there is no association, whereas in BMD level there is Maratha status having the chi-square value is higher, that is 7.28. At the P level value is 0.06. So the null hypothesis is rejected and alternative hypothesis is accepted. In experimental group, the educational status chi-square value is higher, that is 13.7, at the P value 0.008. Maratha status is value is chi-square value is higher, that is 7.9, and Maratha status is p value 0.001. So it suggested that the education status and Maratha status with the BMD level is significant association. In the discussion in 2015, Raj JP has conducted one study on the dietary calcium intake and physical activity among the 106 urban South Indian population, where he got that calcium intake is less, that the 800 mg per day of dietary calcium was 74.5, only 10.4% of the women studied. So calcium supplement is necessary. So the researcher concluded that the DCI, that is dietary calcium intake, was below the recommended dietary allowance, and the majority of postmenopausal women physically inactive. So there is need of the calcium supplement and physical activity. At the end, the researcher want to conclude that these studies mostly focus on the prevention of postmenopausal osteoporosis and problem develop. So eventually the investigator concluded that the calcium supplement, diet, and physical exercise can longer the life of the bone and reduce the risk of postmenopausal osteoporosis, and women can easily show the improvement in health wellness model. So it is necessary to use this thing. Thank you.
It's time to play the video of our next participant, that is of P20.
Scholar Guide Code P20, glad to present a scientific paper at this National Conference. Nursing is a noble profession aims at the quality education and care. Leadership is an essential component in the most aspect of the nurse's role. Leaders are needed in the hospital and community and the institution. Leadership style adopted by the nursing of the selected hospital in the Mumbai. Aim of the study to identify the leadership style among the nursing professional of the selected hospital in the Mumbai. Objective were to identify the leadership style among the nursing professional of the selected hospital in the Mumbai, and to determine the association of the leadership style with the demographic variable among the nursing professional of the selected hospital in the Mumbai. The literature suggests that the various studies are conducted in the nursing practices like the intensive care unit and the nursing services and the educational institution, which conclude that there is a need of the appropriate leaders and the leadership style for the quality patient care and the success of the organization. The materials and methods are used as the study areas are selected government and non-government and semi-government hospital in the Mumbai. Study design use descriptive, explorative, quantitative research design. Study population are the selected nursing profession working in the government, non-government and semi-government hospital in Mumbai. Sample size was 500 nursing professionals. Among their staff nurses were 383 and the nursing leaders are 117. Sampling technique use simple random sampling technique. Inclusive criteria are the nursing professional, those are willing to participate and available at the time of the data collection. Exclusive criteria, those are not willing to participate in the study, and those who are not available at the time of the data collection. The tools and technique used, that is a standardized rating scale, that is a multi-factor leadership questionnaire developed by the BAS. Questionnaire consists of the three sections. First one is the letter of the informed consent, demographic data, multi-factor leadership question. Data and handling and coding is done by the SPSS package to analyze the data. Descriptive statistical analysis is done by the frequency and percentage to explain the demographic variables and leadership style among the sample. Inference statistical analysis used, that is a chi-square, to know the association between the variables and at the level of the significance of 0.05 level. Result of demographic data in this study shows that among the staff nurses, majority of subjects aged between the 31 to 40 years, that is the 32%, while among the nursing leaders, majority of subjects aged between the 21 to 30 years, that is the 35%. Among the staff nurses, 87.7% are where the females. In the nursing leaders, they are the 88.9% are the female. Among the staff nurses, 56.7% had completed the diploma in nursing. Among the nursing leaders, 53.8% had completed the diploma in nursing. Among the staff nurses, 29.8 percentage are they working in the medical unit, 35.8% in the surgical unit, and the 34% in the other department. Among the nursing leaders, 30 point, most of them are working in the other unit, that is the 41%. Majority of staff nurses, that is the 46.6%, and the nursing leaders 43.3% had 5 to 10 years of experience. The majority of staff nurses are the for 34.7%, and the nursing leaders 35.9% are results of the leadership style among the nursing professionals. The findings show that among the staff nurses, majority of 58.22% respondents belong to the transformer leadership style, followed by the 33% of belongs to transactional leadership, and the 9.13% belongs to the laissez-faire leadership. In the nursing leaders, majority of 60.68% respondents belong to the transformer leadership style, and followed by the 28.20% respondents belong to the transactional leadership, and the 11.11% belongs to the laissez-faire leadership style. Then the result of the association of the leadership style with the demographic value among the nursing professional shows that there has been a significant association between the age, education, gender, working department, experience in the years, and the hospital type. As the calculated chi-square value is more than the table p value at the level of the significance of the 0.05 level. Discussion of the research study with the other study shows that demographic variables, that most of the subjects are the female and completed a diploma in the nursing. And for the leadership style, the Abdul Karim conducted the study suggested that 68% of highly followed the transformer leadership, followed by the laissez-faire leadership style. The study concluded that there is a need of the nursing staff and the nursing leaders for the understanding of the various styles of the leadership and their association with the job satisfaction in the day-to-day services. The study can be implicated in the nursing education, administration, and the research, and can be utilized for the informative illustration for the nurses. This analysis viewed as an insightful guidance for the community health nurses employed in the public health services. The study can be recommended as a synonymous study can be carried out for the large sample. The collaborative study can be done with the other nursing staff and the nursing leader in the other district. The creating awareness among the nursing leaders for the improvement of the leadership style. It can be concluded in the syllabus of the nursing education. Comparative research can be undertaken among the urban and the rural hospital staff. Thank you.
Our next participant is code number P21.
I am Priyanka Chobe, PhD scholar, Parul University, Vadodara, Gujarat. Today I am present one research paper and title of this study, a descriptive study to assess the knowledge regarding healthy diet and eating habit among nursing students. Introduction of this study, a healthy outside starts from the inside. People often think of a diet as a specific weight loss plan, but diet simply refers to the type and amount of food a person eats. A healthful diet must include a balance of several food groups, as no single group can provide everything the body needs for good health. Making healthful food choice reduces a person's risk of many chronic health conditions, including cardiovascular disease, type 2 diabetes, and cancer. There is a wealth of information available, so designing a suitable healthful diet can feel overwhelming. That said, a few simple changes can make a diet more nutritious and reduce the risk of many medical problems. Need of the study: nursing students are the future role model of health, so critical evaluation of their nutritional status is imperative for effective functioning of health sector. Nutritional status of adolescent and adult is of great concern. Various interventions and modifications among promotion of healthy eating behavior have limited impact due to insufficient understanding of dietary habit between different age group and genders. Objectives of this study: first objective, to assess the knowledge regarding healthy diet and eating habit among nursing students. Second, to find out the association between the pretest knowledge score of nursing students with their selected socio-demographic variable. Hypothesis: there will be significant association between the pretest knowledge score with their selected demographic variables. Review of literature. The nursing student eating habit, subjective and Mediterranean nursing nutritional knowledge. Then second review of literature, effectiveness of nutritional education program for primary school children. Third, effectiveness of nutritional interventions on children with severe acute malnutrition admitted in nutritional rehabilitation center. Fourth one is effectiveness of nutritional education session using flip chart among school going adolescent girls. Methodology, research approach. Research approach is quantitative approach, research design, descriptive research design, setting of study, selected Nursing College of Vadodara, Gujarat. Sample, nursing student from selected College of Vadodara. Sample size of the study was 60 nursing student. Sampling technique, non-probability purposive sampling technique was used for the study. Inclusion criteria, nursing student those who are having smartphone, nursing student those who are able to understand English. Exclusion criteria, nursing students those who are not giving the consent. Description of the tool, I am using the Google form for data collection. The tool consists of two parts, demographic data of subject and knowledge questionnaire healthy diet. Socio-demographic data, in that first gender, 85% students are female and 15% students are male. Second, age, 88.33% students comes under the 17 to 19 years of age and 11.63% comes under the 19 to 21 years of age. Religion, 83% students comes from the Hindu family, 8% from the Christian family and 5% from the Muslim family. Type of family, 80% students came from the nuclear family, 17% from the joint family and 3% from the single family. Then association between the selected demographic variable with the knowledge score. Data prescribed that the age is not significant at 0.05 level, chi-square value is 0.435 and table value 5.99. Living location is significant at 0.05 level, chi-square value is 10.97 and table value is 3.84. Religion is non-significant at 0.05 level, chi-square value is 0.050 and table value is 3.84. Type of family is non-significant at 0.05 level, chi-square value is 0.301 and table value is 3.84. Conclusion of the study. Result. The analysis of finding of the data collected from 60 nursing students of Vadodara. The analysis was carried out in two parts, demographic characteristics of nursing student and association between the knowledge of nursing student regarding healthy diet and eating habit with their selected demographic variables. The study was undertaken to assess the knowledge regarding healthy diet and eating habit among the nursing students. The results were analyzed by descriptive statistics. Thank you so much.
Next presentation is of code number P22.
Greetings to all respected judges. Today I am presenting my research paper. The topic is Risk of rat-associated infestation and environmental factor, a descriptive survey. Introduction. According to 2011 census, 86 million people living in slum area, and the slum area people are having lack of access to the durable housing and lack of access to the sanitation, which results into the severe public health issues. And one of the public health issues is rat-associated infestation. So majority of the environmental factors is contributing on the contributing to the health of the urban slum community. Aim of the study to identify the risk of rat-associated infestation and environmental factors contributing to the rat infestation. Objective to assess the practice of solid waste management in urban slum of Navi Mumbai to access the risk of rat-associated infestation in urban slum of Navi Mumbai. Methodology: research approach, quantitative approach, research design, descriptive survey, setting up the studies urban slum of Navi Mumbai, population, families of urban slum, sample, adult residing in Belapur urban slum, sampling technique, random sampling, sample size 200, inclusion criteria, adult staying in Belapur slum more than 1 year. Research tools and technique. Questionnaire to assess the demographic data of urban slum, questionnaire to assess the practice of solid waste management, and observational checklist to assess the risk of rat-associated infestation. The common findings of demographic data are ownership of house, 55% people are living into the rented house. Duration of residence, 70% people are living more than 5 years into the slum area. Number of family members, 75% families having family members more than 4. Family income, more than 85% people are having family income more than 10,000 rupees. Type of house, 60% of the people are having semi-pakka house. Toilet facility, 75% people are having their own toilets. Monthly expenditure on medical treatment, 80% people are spending more than 1,000 rupees on medical treatment per month. Condition of the roof, 60% families roofs are deteriorated. Condition of windows and doors, 70% families windows and doors are deteriorated. Result of solid waste management, 95% people from the community are not segregating the waste. Distribution of method of disposal, 75% people are disposing their kuda or the waste into the open drainage system. Frequency of cleaning of drainage, cleaning in once in the month, 75% area is getting clean once in a month, and cleaning 30% cleaning happens into the once in a week. Risk factors for rat associated infestation in urban slum of Navi Mumbai. So area was divided into the 5 zones, and as per the zone-wise observational checklist, the findings are slum area exposed to the garbage, that 80% area of the slum are exposed to the garbage. 80% area is having rat access to garbage food. 100% area is having rat access to the water. 80% area is having rat access to the shelter, that is structural deficiencies, unplastered wall and the holes into the area. The active signs of the presence of the area, rat, the 60% area is having rhododendrons, rat burrows, and the rat feces are found. So these were the active signs of the presence of the rat and the risk factor. Conclusion: as per the findings of the study, there is need to developing a rodent management program to predict the individual household risk, to direct the control measures and improve the health of the community by preventing occurrence of the disease. The similar study can be conducted to find out the practices to reduce the risk of rodent infestation, to find out the barriers of poor environmental sanitation, to assess the knowledge regarding rodent infestation, to find the prevalence of rodent infestation, find the prevalence of leptospirosis in the slum area, to find out the association between the environmental factors and rat-associated health problem, exploratory study to assess the various measures to control the rodents. My references are Census of India 2001, Census of India 2011, International Institute of Population Science, Health and Living Conditions in 8 Indian Cities, National Family Health Survey conducted in 2015 and 16, Urban Health Equity Assessment and Response Tool Project, Socioeconomic Determinants and Health Status in the Egypt 2012. Thank you.
So with this, we have come to an end of paper presentations, and I would like to thank all the participants for giving their valuable time in preparing the videos and sending to us. Now we'll move towards the e-poster presentations, and our next participant will be P01, code number P01.
Good morning, everyone. Today I am presenting my paper. The code of the poster presentation is P01. My study is the efficacy of the new vibration device in detection of injection pain among children. This is the one pilot study. So the needle related procedures are considered as a very crucial source of the pain, especially in the children. And if it is not managed, that one, it is the management of this, it is a challenges for the direct healthcare provider, as well as the unnecessary pain can spoil the nurse patient relationship also. So need of the study, researcher develop a new vibration device to reduce the injection pain based on the gate control theory and diversional therapy, both concept available in the one device, and it is a reusable, cost effective, no time consuming application, is very easy, as well as no special training is required. Objective of the study, the main objective is to assess the injection pain score among children in experimental and control group and compare that pain score in experimental and both group. And the third is the association of the pain score in selected demography variable. The design was used in the study is randomized control trial, and the size, the sample size is 40, and the age group of the children 8 to 12 years. That the 40 sample, it is divided according to computerized randomization, and 2020 it is allotted for the both group. The setting of the study, the hospital setting was chosen for that study, and this study was conducted in the Yashoda Hospital, Hinganghat, Wardha. That the tool was used for that, one the demographic variables, and another one tool is the standardized tool faces pain scale. The data collection, the carefully place the vibration device in the 5 cm above the injection area, and the vibration activated 30 seconds before the injection administration, and continue after the injection procedure for up to the 30 seconds. Then the vibration device turned off by the assessor. The injection was administered by some nurses, and both same nurses, that for the both the group, that one minimize the bias from the injection technique for the both the group. The result, when we see the result is assessment of the level of injection pain in the both group. In the control group, the no pain, only 0 children comes, and in the mild is also no anyone, but in the moderate and severe, the high number of children is there, the moderate 5 and severe 50. But in the experimental, the no pain 1 children comes, and mild 11, moderate 5, and 3 in the severe pain. When we comparing this one, both the group, the significant difference between the injection pain in the control and experimental group, the result comes that is score. Experimental have the 3.60 pain score, and control group have 8.20 pain score. That calculated the t-value, for example 4.60, are much higher than the tabulated values at the 5% level of significance for the overall pain score of the child with the significantly acceptable level of the significance. No any association found in this pain score with the demographic variables. So conclusion of the study, the author conclude that the vibration device is a significant reduce the experience of pain during the injection in children, and the researcher will conduct the main study on the basis of this pilot study. Thank you very much.
Our next participant is code number P02.
My poster topic is models of blended learning. As we know all, at today's current situation, blended learning is playing the most vital role, where the students can learn in better way by the combination of both traditional method of teaching, that's the classroom face-to-face teaching, and online teaching by using the online teaching materials. So models of blended learning, here it's not much added. As usual, we are using it as the combination of both the online as well as the classroom teaching, which includes face-to-face drive model, where there is a classroom teaching will take place, where we'll be using online materials. For example, we'll be taking a classroom teaching, meanwhile we'll be using the slide shares, the PPTs, or we'll be sharing the materials through the Google Classroom, where the students will learn and come. And labs, so here the demonstration will be taught to them, meanwhile we will be showing them the demonstration videos for their better understanding. So where students can understand quickly, and also the online teaching, so where we can teach them through online by using materials. So we'll ask them to join for the Zoom classes, various platform will be used, and in the rotation model, so we'll make them a timetable, so which will be containing class teaching as well as like alternate days will be given the online sources. They will search the material, they will learn and come. So through the blended learning, the best output can be achieved, where the students can quickly understand by seeing the online materials, as well as which they can learn through the face-to-face teaching. So I feel blended learning is the best effective method in the teaching. Thank you.
Our next participant is P03, code number P03.
Of the study to assess the knowledge and attitude among the mothers of under 5 children regarding universal immunization program in selected area. Introduction. Immunization is defined as the process of inducing the immunity in an individual against an infectious organism or agent through the vaccination. In May 1974, the WHO officially launched a global immunization program known as the Expanded Program of Immunization to protect all the children of the world against 6 vaccine-preventable diseases, namely diphtheria, whooping-cough, tetanus, polio, tuberculosis, and measles. By the year 2000, in India, the EPI was launched on January 1978. EPI was renamed into Universal Child Immunization, and it was launched on November 1985. Today, vaccination is a very essential part of children's health. Vaccination program is a key step for the preventable services of children. The field of pediatric vaccination is growing and changing as new vaccines are becoming available and previous diseases are being eradicated due to the complexity and evolution of vaccine preventable diseases. Methodology, research approach, quantitative, evaluative, research design, non-experimental, descriptive studies, study setting, rural area of Jalgaon district population. Mothers of under 5 children's target population consists of the mothers of under 5 children in selected rural area. Accessible population, mothers of under 5 children present at the time of data collection, sample and sampling technique, sample mothers of under 5 children, sample size 30, sampling technique, convenience sampling technique. The result of the study revealed that the mean percentage of the total score of the knowledge was 48.2% with mean and standard deviation of 7.23 and 1.5687. Mean percentage of the total attitude score was 85.77% with mean and standard deviation of 12.86 and 2.2550. There was no significant association between attitude and selected demographic variable like age, number of pregnancies, and number of children. Assessment of the knowledge on universal immunization program, table and graphs. Distribution of the subject according to the grading of knowledge regarding universal immunization program among mothers of under 5 children. Then assessment of the attitude towards the universal immunization program, tables and graph. Distribution of the attitude according to the attitude towards universal immunization program among the mothers of under 5 children. That is the discussion, study finding and other study finding. Conclusion of the study: assessment of the knowledge and attitude among the mothers of under 5 children on the universal immunization program. Most of the mothers of under 5 children have average knowledge about the universal immunization program. 76.77% of the mothers of under 5 children had favorable attitude towards the universal immunization program. That is the references of the study. Thank you.
Next, we will start with the e-poster presentation of code number P04.
So good afternoon, and all national e-conference on blended learning, flexibility and centricity to the learner. So e-poster presentation. So in the blended learning, it's flexibility and centricity to the learner. In the first one, the introduction, the word changing continuously in various domains are influenced by the changes. There is a no exemption, even the educational domain. The invention of the digital learning platform has a huge impact in the educational institution. There are demand of both technological and traditional learning methods. So blended learning is nothing but the well-planned combination of meaningful activity in the both the modes, in online learning or face-to-face learning. So blended learning are the various models. So face-to-face learning and online learning. Face-to-face learning is also subdivided the traditional instruction and technological rich instruction. So online learning is informed online learning and full-time online learning. So blended learning are the rotational model, flex model, or curve model, and virtual model. So rotation model are also subdivided the station rotation, lab rotation, flipped classroom, and individual rotation. So types of the blended learning are 12 types. So first one the outside in, second one the supplementary, third one the flex, fourth one the lab rotation, fifth one station rotation, sixth one individual rotation, seventh one self-directed, eighth one project-based, ninth one remote rotation, 10th one flip classroom, and 11th is mastery base, and 12th one is inside out. So blended learning are the various advantages and disadvantages. So advantages: advance the collaboration tools, increase the accessibility, improve the communications, assessment 2.0. So disadvantages: basic technological knowledge, readability problems, and parallelism. So implement the effective blended learning, move the basic concept of your content online, analyze the learner, their work environment, design the learning plan to based on the learning outcome, use the learning management system to implement the blended learning. So document the blended learning initiative. So conclusion is nothing but the education high in the nursing during the COVID-19 pandemic. Describe the learning methods that is useful to achieve the competency and achievement of the learning. So blended learning are useful the day by day. So increase the student learning outcome and interaction in the learning management system. In learning management system are perform the various tasks like scheduling the instructor of session. So each session are a session, lab session, or flipped classroom, or individual rotation. So learning activity and create the learning content are learning system are easily or student content or easily adapt the student learning activity. So importance of the blended learning are nothing but the opportunity to collaboration of the distance or interaction of the student, enhance the learning. So blended learning are very important in day by day. So thank you.
Next participant is code number P05.
My poster presentation title is Estimation of Serum Vitamin B12 among Elderly People. Background: Vitamin B12 is very important throughout the life cycle, although it is also known as antipernicious vitamin. Vitamin B12 deficiency is mainly found in two groups, that is, elderly and pregnant women. Vitamin B12 is also associated with hematological changes and degeneration of nervous system, that is, degeneration and demyelination of neurons. The signs and symptoms may include
early numbness, and tingling of fingers and toes. Later, memory loss, confusion, and pernicious anemia. So, keeping in this mind, I have selected the elderly people for the estimation of vitamin B12 method. The vitamin B12 is the serum of patient was estimated by using the ELISA method. Objectives were to estimate the serum vitamin B12 among elderly people and to associate the estimation of serum vitamin B12 with their demographic variables. Result: out of 90 elderly, 63.33% of subjects had decreased value of vitamin B12. 33.33% of subjects had a normal value of vitamin B12 and 3.34% had a high value of vitamin B12. The minimum value of vitamin B12 was 70 and the maximum value of vitamin B12 was 910. Mean value of vitamin B12 1.68.11 plus minus 192.47. Normal value of vitamin B12 ranges from 110 to 800 picogram per milliliter. Conclusion: vitamin B12 deficiency can cause adverse effects on many organs, neurological problems which affect nervous system, vision impairment, memory impairment, paresthesia, loss of physical coordination which can affect whole body and cause difficulty speaking or walking. If it is associated with other comorbidity, it can worsen. Therefore, early diagnosis and treatment is required to prevent the above-mentioned silent symptoms and irreversible damage of body organs. Estimation of vitamin B12 in elderly should be involved in the routine blood test. It can help in elderly early detection of deficiency of vitamin B12. However, treatment can be planned accordingly. Thank you.
Our next participant is code number P06.
For ensuring a healthy mother and healthy baby at the age of gestation, the antenatal period is a time of physical and psychological preparation of mother for safe childbirth, and it is important factor in reducing maternal morbidity and mortality, reducing stress and minimizing fear of the childbirth. Aim of present study was to evaluate effect of perinatal service package on knowledge regarding antenatal care among primigravida mothers. This is my PhD study, and one of the objective I am going to present. Hypothesis is H1, there will be significant difference in knowledge level of primigravida mothers in experimental group and control group. H2, there will be significant association between demographic variables with pretest knowledge score of mothers in experimental group and control group. Independent variable is a perinatal service package. Dependent variable is a knowledge level of primigravida mothers. Permission, ethical permission obtained from ethical committee KMS review Quran, conceptual framework based on emotion themes goal attainment theory was utilized. Material and method study conducted at Krishna Hospital Karan informed written consent obtained from participant, one group pretest post-test with control group design used to assess knowledge level of 144 primigravida mothers, 72 in experimental group and 72 in control group. Sample selected by simple random sampling method, assessment of knowledge regarding antenatal care done by administering structured knowledge questionnaire in first and last trimester.
For control group, routine care provided and perinatal service package provided to experimental group in which total 7 sessions conducted. One session of 90 minutes conducted in first trimester followed by other sessions of 30 minutes conducted in each month till delivery. Data analysis done by descriptive and inferential statistics in socio-demographic variables. Result shows that most of the mothers were from the rural population. From control group 79.20% and from experimental group 86.10% mothers were from rural population. Total 41.7% primary gravida mothers were from control group and 44.4% primary gravida mothers from experimental groups were graduates. In knowledge assessment found in phase pre-test total 11.1% primary gravida mothers having poor knowledge, 88.9% having average knowledge, and none 0%.
With this, we are winding up today's session. Rest of the e-poster presentations will be held tomorrow, and brief about tomorrow's session will be delivered by Mrs. Vagansi as Rubinson. Over to you, Mrs. Vagansi.
Thank you, Mrs. Preeti Banerjee. Thank you everyone for your active participation throughout the National E-Conference. Tomorrow we'll be starting at 9 a.m. First, the remaining poster presentations will be displayed, and by 9:30 a.m. we'll be starting with the sessions. So I repeat, 9 a.m. we'll be starting with the remaining poster presentations display, and 9:30 a.m. we'll be starting with the sessions of the day. Thank you, everyone.